now we are. Hello, Cleveland. And look what I forgot to do. I forgot to bring up a window. Oh my! Would this be the Lavender Lady show without without problems? Window. We got the wrong window. There it goes. Now we got it. All right. Hello. Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. Yes, this is the open chat. I am the Lavender Lady, Diana Clarion, and we have with us the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Kate Farr Bionic Dance. How are you, honey? How are you?
Well, a little surprised because I thought I was the only one who was having seizures, but
Yay! Fly.
I don't really want to talk about it, but it's been a rough couple of days that might be getting better. So, if nothing else, the one I will happily talk about is that my wrist seems to be doing better. The problem seemed to be quite simple. My other gaming chair, the one I was using, is just simply the armrests are too damn tall. It's like an inch or two up from where the old chair that I'm now sitting in
Okay.
located. And that was like canting my clavicle upward, and it was like making my arm have to be way out to the side and stuff. And switching back to this new chair where the armrests are closer to elbow level, all of a sudden, and the compression brace, my wrist is starting to feel a lot better.
Yay! That's a very good thing. And with all the other good things that are going on, the neighborhood is just totally shot to hell. Stool's here. Hi, honey. How you doing?
Oh, I think I've heard of this stool fella, but I don't think I know who he is, and I'm not sure I want to.
Oh my, oh my. Tuppence a bag or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. I'm not even. I was probably mixing regions when I did that, and there's some British person out there who's horribly offended.
That's the interesting thing. I just thought of the Tuppence a bag thing. That's that Feed the Birds song that comes from Mary Poppins. And when I first heard that, I thought that tuppence I thought it was a verb. I thought that you tuppenced something. It took a
Hmm.
very long time before I knew that tuppence was 2 pence.
I'm not sure when I figured that one out.
Oh my! Oh, hello, Wild Heart again. How are you? When somebody just shows right up and asks for a link very first thing, I start to get a little bit suspicious.
Hmm.
There's somebody. There's a naked person there without a wrench.
Yeah.
Shows up. Hi, can I have a link? And it's. I'm not sure I remember you. Who are you?
Well, the name
Please.
Wild Heart sounds really familiar, but that's
Yeah,
also something that you come across a lot in, like fiction. So,
yeah. Please forgive me, but I'm trying to figure out who you are. I really don't know offhand. Uh, Stool hates it when you do that Chinese accent.
yeah. I'd try to mess with him by actually doing a Chinese accent, but I'd do it so badly that it'd be like what's his face playing the Asian fella, Mickey Rooney.
Oh
You know
my,
what
oh
I'm talking
my. I
about?
I
What was
thought.
that, Breakfast at Tiffany's, I think? I never saw it.
Okay. Oh God, the last time I saw that was yeah.
But you know what I'm talking about with Mickey Rooney and Yellowface, right? With those teeth.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was so freaking racist.
Wow. Yeah, that was some pretty crazy stuff.
Yeah.
Amazing the stuff you got away with way back when.
Well, I mean, it was a different time. I'm not saying better, I'm saying different.
And anymore, the stuff that used to fly doesn't fly anymore. Well, we've talked about it before. The use of the word Oriental
Yeah.
to describe an ethnicity, and it's
Hmm.
yeah, what? I'm not a rug.
Yeah.
Um,
Now, okay. I want to bring up a mildly sensitive topic that may get me a little hated.
oh boy.
Yeah, well, okay. Now, to start this, to preface it, I know I'm a smidge neurodivergent, and I know I have a hard time sometimes, like, looking people in the eye. It gets too intense after a while, right? Now, with that in mind, and knowing that I'm a bit on the hypervigilant side, and so I'm walking down the street looking like 3 blocks down at the traffic lights to determine whether or not I might make the walk signal at my intersection, the one I'm coming up to. I'm the one who's looking in like reflections of store windows to see what the traffic is doing where I can't see through a building. You know, I'm really hyper alert like that, and I find it hard to look people in the eye. So with that said, one thing I've been noticing that's been happening with folks of color is if you look at them and then look away really quickly, they'll wave at you like they think you're a super sensitive Karen who's scared of dark people, right?
Okay, then.
And I get what they're doing, but at the same time, I can't help how I feel when I look people in the eye. I can't help looking away really quickly because it gets too intense. Right? So I can't help feeling super freaking judged for something I can't help. And like I say, I get what they're doing, but it still stings a bit, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But I know that if I try to bring that up with some people, it's gonna get me super freaking hated. So, I mean, what can you do?
Oh my, I'm looking. Wildheart, do you have a Twitter account? Oh, yeah, you do. I see it. All right. I'm going to go out on a limb here.
But yeah, anyway, that's just something that's been on my mind for a couple of weeks and finally felt like I should say something. I don't know.
Well, here goes nothing. Okay, Wildheart, check your DMs, would you? Oh my! And then, aw, we have Smudge here from Sinese up on the Twitter feed.
You know, it's funny just how many like people that I know who've named their cat Smudge.
Yeah.
Because it's definitely a lot.
I mean, I can come up with 2 right now. I mean, you've got Sinese and then you've got Momnado.
So, one thing I've been messing with is pixel art.
Okay,
And
now.
I'm thinking someday I ought to make one of those old school point and click, like, adventure games, like King's Quest, Space Quest, that vein. You know? Because I can give it that old school look, that old, like, VGA, EGA look, if I want to.
Well, hello, Wildheart. How you doing?
I know you.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, now I recognize you. Hi, hon. How are
How's
you?
it going? Thank you for letting me on.
Oh, pleasure. Let me welcome you officially, and now you've got your very own spanner.
Get in. Yes.
Yay! That's how I know who's new around here. If you come in gray, then you haven't been on before.
Either that
Yeah.
or you're part of the Minbari Grey Council.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm.
And yeah, can I repeat still? You know when you do that Chinese accent?
Okay, this is what I need to know here, and this is the reason I let you on. You got to tell us
Yeah.
how can you manage being so close to stool?
Yeah. It's not.
I imagine the smell gets difficult after a while.
It's not comfortable. I'll be honest. It's not comfortable. Yeah. I'd rather not be.
Oh, jeez. We love you, stool.
Excuse me.
It's a very interesting thing getting accustomed to him because when you first meet him, you don't know how to take him.
I figured him out fairly quickly. I came within inches of taking offense and then realized, nah.
Yeah, the old Dallas Wade thing when he didn't know how to take stool, and yeah, there was a little bit of a kerfuffle with that one.
Can I ask permission for Lavender Lady? I hope you're doing well. I have been giving out your link and asking people to come over and subscribe to your channel.
Oh,
And,
thank you, thank you. So that's where everybody's coming from.
Yeah. I've been liking every video, and I want your permission to put your link in the description of my videos, like every time.
Oh, yay! Oh,
Is that okay?
by all means, thank you.
I'm
Thank
sure
you.
that's more than okay.
And Bionic as well. I'm okay doing the same with you.
And tell
Oh,
me,
absolutely.
and tell them to send me their life savings too, would you?
Oh, I don't need their life savings. Just, a couple of years will do. 5.
There you
How about
are.
that? I'll
There
take
you
5
go.
years of your savings off your hands.
Oh my! I tell you, with all the trips to hospital I'm doing, I'm gonna need all I can get. I've got to go again, guys. I've got to go to hospital again. Oh.
I still don't get that. It's the hospital or a hospital. There's an article necessary that's missing there.
I think it has something to do with medical equipment. Yes, an article of medical equipment.
Oh, waka waka. No, seriously. Like, I don't get that. Same with I don't get at university. Like I can get in college or in university, but at university it's at or the. It really should be.
It sounds to me it's the same sort of thing like you go to Milan or you go to Berlin or whatever.
But those are specific places. If you're going to a building or like an institution like...
Did you disappear?
Yeah, same dad for me.
Catherine the Marginally Acceptable, are you there? She's gone. Oh no, that's not a good thing.
Goddamn microphone. Hold on, I bet it changed my my speakers again too. Yep, it did.
Oh my, oh my. You look
I
at
hate that
it
so
funny.
much, my stupid microphone. But I mean, like, yeah, you might go to Milan, but you go to the University of Milan or the University in Milan,
Okay,
or even
okay.
a university in Milan. But you don't go to university in Milan. That doesn't make sense.
Pixie. Hi, Pixie. How was the stream with MathPig? I saw that MathPig had Pixie on.
Yeah, I was asleep during I caught the last 2 seconds of it. I've just woke up. Yeah.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, I want to go back and watch that.
Because I was asleep for a good part of the afternoon. Well, Kate will tell you I didn't get up until a little bit after I usually do. Yeah. When did I call you, hon?
It's about 4:20 my time, which is why I got the weed out. But you messaged me that you were ready around about 3:20 my time.
Yeah. Yeah, because, oh my word, I got one hell of a headache. It's starting to go away all by itself because the coffee isn't done yet, so it can't be that. But I don't know.
It's just the healing power of my presence, obviously.
Obviously, yeah, there you go. Because, they do take fluid out of you when you're sitting in dialysis, and I don't know, maybe it's just doing shit to me. Oh my, what do we have here? Yay! Only slightly nerve-wracking. Okay. Well,
I saw that when that was posted, and I completely missed who it was about. I guess Stool.
So what? Okay, we're fooling around with Google Earth, I see.
Am I sharing my screen?
Yeah.
I shouldn't be.
Your camera's on.
Your camera is on. That's how we're seeing it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So
that was
we
annoying.
weren't supposed to see you watching porn, right?
No. Yeah.
To be fair,
Porn to be wild. Every time I hear porn, that runs through my head. Every time.
to be
You know,
fair,
and it's kind of like whenever I hear pornography, my brain turns it into an Irish name. Pornography, you know, or something.
to be fair, you were looking at Google Earth. It could have been a lot worse. You know
That's
what I
true.
mean?
I am-
And you've given me my next screen name on StreamYard. I'm going to make my name Porn to be Wild.
Nice.
There you go. I like it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Uh,
I'll make a note of that.
It's kind of like every time someone says anything, and I mean anything, that starts with the syllable trans, and my brain goes, more than meets the eye. You know? Doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't even have to be transgender shit. It can just be like, you know, oh yeah, there was a transformer that blew and that's why the power's out. More than meets the eye. Oh, what's your transportation schedule? More than meets the eye. You know, Autobots transform and roll out. You know, that kind of, I can't help it. It just goes through my head automatically without stopping for a moment at my conscious brain.
Oh my. Oh, what do we have here? Mage suggests have a bag of popcorn.
Wish I had some, actually. That'd be nice right now.
I've got some popcorn here that's been around so long, I don't even know if it'll pop anymore.
Of course, you know, it always sounds to me like someone filmed sex with police officers. It's cop porn rather than popcorn.
Yeah, yeah.
Seriously, that's another one that goes through my head every time someone says it. You would not believe how many years it's been since I've vocalized it to people because I don't want to fuck with folks, but I
Yes,
think
you
it
do.
every time. Can't help it. No, actually, to be 100% honest, there are ways I like to mess around with people, but being like super repetitive or saying stupid shit, I know a lot of folks don't appreciate it, and I hold a lot of it back.
Oh, but that's another story entirely, right?
No, that's the story.
And that's the rest of the story. Hi, I'm Paul Harvey.
No, I mean it's true. There are things that I've caught myself doing in the past that I try to not do now that I know are irritating because they kind of irritate me too. Is the thing. It's really hard not to. I mean, I guess that's part of being like neurodivergent or whatever. And
Oh, look.
I don't know. It's really hard to not
Oh,
fill the silence with random nonsense. Basically, like, you know, every time you say "deprajnie" or whatever when it's been quiet for a little too long,
yeah.
I have my own little things like that I don't say anymore. Like I try not to say I like cheese too often. It comes up like that. And another one is I am a bowl of soup because I think it's funny, but I know that no one gets it and it's probably annoying, so I don't do it.
And
But I think it all the time, damn it. It's really hard to be silent all the time.
420 Cafe would like to know if we've heard of Porn Again Christians.
Oh, nice. I'm going to make a note of that one as well.
Oh my
Is it a
bad.
lord.
band or is it just a funny name? It sounds like a band.
Porn Again Christians.
It does. It sounds like a band.
Mhm.
Great name
Yeah.
for a band. Yeah.
And Purple is here, by the way. Hello,
Saw
dear.
that.
And Purple says, I like turtles.
Hmm. Of
Well,
course, that's an old internet meme. So,
it's an old band. Yeah.
well, no, it's that kid where he's got the makeup on. I guess he looks like a skull, and like someone's interviewing him, and he goes, "I like turtles."
All right. That sounds a little bit like the kid in the Christmas movie with the, I like the Wizard of Oz.
I don't remember that part.
That's when they're standing in line to see Santa.
Hmm. For me, except for the part where he stops on the slide, I barely remember that part of the movie.
Okay, then. Yay.
I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a pretty good movie, but
Can I
It's
just say, I can't see the side chat. I'm not being ignorant. I don't know if
That's
anyone's talking to me in the side chat. I can't see it.
Well, Stool
no,
just...
there's like, I wonder if they remade A Christmas Story now, what do you think it would be instead of the Red Ryder BB gun? I'm guessing like a console system, a video game system.
Okay, that would work.
Although I don't know how the kid would shoot his eye out.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
I mean, maybe it's you'll never get any homework done ever again, and you'll fail and end up like, living in a cardboard box kind of thing. That's a bit of a slow burn for a movie, so maybe it would have to be something else.
I'm living in a box. I'm living in a cardboard box.
Oh, I thought you were... Okay, well, there's a Weird Al song called "Living in the Fridge."
Oh,
That's
Jesus.
where you were going.
I think, was it Lionel Richie that?
Yeah, I think it was
something
like "Living on the Edge" or something. I
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah.
Okay, now there's the interesting thing. I remember the days when the kids would get locked into the fridges.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you'd come by 2 weeks later to find a corpse in there. That was
Well,
always
it's
good.
amazing to me how long that persisted as a thing. Like
Mhm.
kids would go play in old junkyards, like long after those lockable refrigerators were not so much available anymore because people had gotten a clue, but the dumps still had them. I think there's something now where like they just rip the doors off them as soon as they arrive at the dump.
Something like that, yeah. And I know that the Slimy Bastards had an old Frigidaire with one of those lockable doors well into the 80s. It was in their basement. I don't even think it was working anymore. I think it could work, but it wasn't plugged in or anything. And
Well,
yeah.
one thing I remember, my parents were part of this like food co-op thing. I mean, again, I was raised by hippies, so the whole thing was like it was run by the customers. Like you put in a certain number of hours at work there, and you get like a discount for the food you buy or something, right?
Uh-huh.
And they had one of those big old walk-in freezers that had that same kind of like handle on it, that same hinge or whatever. Well, not hinge, but where it like you grab onto it and it's almost like a car door thingy, right?
Okay then.
And so like I went in there a couple of times and there was this sort of plungery looking thing on the inside that you could push on and it would let you out if the door closed.
Yeah. I
And
remember
I'm a little
that.
surprised they didn't have those on the fridges that kids were like locking themselves into.
I wonder if they thought that putting that in would just it would cost an extra nickel or something like that, and it was just too much.
Wouldn't shock me, but it still seems weird. Like I wonder sometimes. I often have fantasies about going back in time with modern shit and seeing what people think of it, right? And I do sometimes, but like I know I've mentioned it before. I'd love to go back in time and present modern music and modern movies to people of the 50s or something and like just totally blow their minds. But I realize there's a lot of things in those people wouldn't get. I mean, even if I just show modern sitcoms and people are walking around with cell phones and Skype, they're all going to be like, this seems like such an ordinary show. Why is this set during the Jetsons? Kind of thing. And I'd love to go back to the 1950s with even just modern appliances and blow people's minds,
Oh my word, that would be amazing. I'm trying to think here. What would be a good appliance? Well, microwave ovens did exist, but they weren't everywhere. I wonder what they would think of my Soda Stream.
Well, you know what I'd love to do is go back as a kid with a Kindle. And when it's like reading time, just pull that thing out and start reading just to have the teacher come by and go, what the frick do you think you're doing? Put that away. I'm like, what? I'm reading, and show them the book. And like, just have the teacher go like, okay, which, the what now? And I'd be like, well, I'm reading. But the thing is, I know a lot of those teachers would have said, put that away and use the wood pulp version. Just out of sheer technophobia and knee-jerk reaction, I know they would have. I'm just saying.
Mage is a very good point. Mage says you could change the course of World War II with the technology in a singing greeting card.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's another thing that I'm sort of working with is the lore of Quinn Redshift. Part of it is that after World War II, that's when the timelines started to diverge. And everyone, instead of the Cold War, they said, you know what, let's just sort of come together in peace and shit. And they basically formed, well, not exactly Starfleet, but kind of Starfleet. Which is why, like, you know, around about the year 2000, it's well, not quite. I mean, I mean, people have gotten as far as Mars and they're colonizing places with space stations and shit. You know, it's like it's a very different year 2000 that they're living in. Is the point?
Man.
Is it true that there's more technology in a greetings card? You know, the one that you open and it plays a song. Is it true that's more technologically advanced than the entire space thing that got us to the moon? Or is that
Pretty much. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
uh,
I mean, that thing was. I mean, wow! I can't believe anyone got into that thing. Thinking about it now.
Oh wow! I know that even in the day, there were all the news reporters and everything talking about. Well, James Burke put it beautifully. You know, they were not getting in those things to kill themselves.
Well,
Yeah.
go on. Well, one thing that has always a little bit bothered me about like the early rockets, I always felt like they just didn't have enough fins on them. You know, so I'm looking at this thing that's almost perfectly cylindrical that sure tapers a bit, but still it looked to me like it would just flip around and over and over and over because there was nothing to stabilize it. I mean, not enough to stabilize it and just from looking at it in my layman's view. You know,
Yeah,
it always
yeah.
bothered me a little.
Yeah,
Like-
because
like the Thunderbirds one, the Thunderbird rocket, had the fins at the bottom, didn't it?
yeah, it was all fins.
Yeah.
You didn't immediately think of gimbaling the engines.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Well-
I don't know. It always bugged me a little bit on some intuitive level.
It was
You know.
amazing how long it took Goddard to figure out that you didn't have to have the engine up in the front, because what he thought was put the engine up front and it would pull the rocket like you pull a wagon. Now, if you try to push the
Oh.
wagon by its handle, you know, it goes all funny
Like-
ways.
Like a jet intake.
Yeah,
Huh.
and yeah, quite a few models before he actually put the engine in the arse end. Because let's see if I can find it. Robert.
And I got to admit, it's always a little bit bugged me that we don't have anything that takes off like horizontally like a plane.
Yeah, they were trying to work on that for a while, and then it kind of just fell out of favor, basically.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, another thing, like, I have never had a good answer to this one. Like, you know how people talk about how when you re enter the Earth's gravity and all of that, the atmosphere, if you go too fast, you can bounce off of it, you know, and things like that. And I'm
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
why has nobody, it always seems like they plunge, you know, when they go back to Earth. I've never seen anyone just sort of gently go back into the atmosphere slowly, you know? It always seems like they have to plummet. Why is that?
Takes too much power to slow you down that much. So I saw somebody wrote this in a book years and years ago. The ideal thing would be to slow the craft to zero and just let it fall back to Earth, but that would cost as much fuel as it took to put the craft there in the first place.
That's not even what I'm picturing, though. What I'm picturing is sort of flying with your belly towards the Earth and just slowly lose altitude as you go forward. You know, rather than trying to plummet in a straight line from orbit to ground, sort of do more of a circular orbity thing, slowly losing altitude.
Well, that is kind of the idea behind the shuttle.
Well, but even with the shuttle, they always seem to insist on plummeting. It's not a very gentle, like, re-entry with the shuttle, is it?
Not really, no.
Well, this is what I'm getting at, is why not try a more gentle re-entry? Is that even possible?
I think it's possible, but not practical. I think.
I guess. I don't know. It seems to me like if nothing else, it would make the craft more reusable, less wear and tear on the bottom end of it.
Hmm. Oh,
I mean, I
there
don't
we
even
go.
know, like, how much repair or maintenance do they have to do on a shuttle to make it flight ready a second time?
Quite a bit, to my understanding.
Yeah.
They had to replace a whole bunch of tiles, for example, and I know there were probably some fittings that you had to clean up.
Can you say when Baronet says gentle re-entry? My mind immediately.
Oh,
said,
dearie me, I wasn't even thinking of that.
Okay, let's see. Here we go. Yeah, there you go.
And usually I'm the sick bastard in the stream.
Yeah, there's Goddard in one of his first rockets, and the engine is up at the top.
But what? I don't know what the hell I'm seeing. Is there this giant empty space and a frame in between the front and the back?
Yeah, pretty much.
Where are all the people sitting?
We didn't get that far yet. This is 1928.
Well, where did he envision the people sitting?
I'm not sure.
Or was this meant to be unmanned?
Well, this one, I guess, might have been unmanned. He did envision going to the moon and to Mars. So, I mean, he did have people in mind.
Well, I don't know. He's probably too dead to ask, isn't he?
Just a little bit.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. It's remarkable how long some people have held on. I mean, Betty White's almost 100, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. Oh my.
I mean, it's funny because a lot of the memes and pictures you see of her are not from the present. She's a lot more wrinkled than I remember.
There you go.
And Mel Brooks isn't looking too great either.
No, he's not long for this world.
Yeah, it's a shame too, because I remember him talking about doing, I think it was Blazing Saddles 2, but it might have been Spaceballs 2, or it might have been History of the World Part 2. I'm not sure, but
that's a great film, History of the World. Yeah.
But he was talking about doing that, and I'm not sure if he'll ever get to it.
Yeah.
Oh my. Robert H. Goddard, born 5 October 1882 and died 10 August 1945.
Yeah.
A little while ago.
Long time dead. Deed.
Somebody who actually predates me.
By the way, Diana.
Yes, dear.
I might have told you this before, but I am a big fan of yours, and I watch you on the New Covenant group, and I've seen you for years.
Now I remember. Yeah, and I haven't been with them in a long time.
Yeah.
It's been a couple of years.
What's it like to speak to Dr.
Dr. Jones?
Dr. Jones.
Yeah, it's
seems very nice.
That's where I got to work with Aaron Ra the first time, because he would come on. I think you're familiar. He would come on the show from time to time. And Aaron is a big sweetie. I love him dearly. I do.
Yeah.
But
he likes good music as well. He likes rock music, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So I do the devil horn sign. It's rock music. Some Christians get offended. It's rock music. It's nothing about the devil or anything. In my case, yeah.
Oh my, but yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, the way things are looking, I'm probably gonna have a hard time getting to the next Ark Encounter protest as much as I want to get there.
Right.
But
That's
dialysis gets in the way.
yeah. You can't be blamed for that, and I hope it goes everything goes well with that. I've been thinking about you, and hoping you do well.
Well, we'll see what happens. I've got a couple more tests to do, and then hopefully I can get on the list for a transplant.
So the Ark Encounter is it Kenham?
Yeah, that's him. Hmm.
Yeah.
It is so easy. Just well, maybe it's because I have all that language brain damage stuff going on. But every time I hear Ken Ham, I have to remember that like which one's Ken Ham and which one's Kent Hovind because of
No,
that first Ken part.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Allegedly, they are on somewhat friendly terms. I couldn't tell you that that's really the case, but at least Kent Hovind claims they're on friendly terms.
And there's
It makes me wonder. Like, what's his face? His last name's Love. Is it Ray Love? Rob Love? What the fuck's his name? Well, Kirk Cameron's Batman.
Ray Comfort.
Comfort. Thank you, Ray
Yeah.
Comfort. Yeah, like I wonder. I keep hoping that there's going to be some weird internecine like rivalry between all of these famous preachers someday. Where, like one of them is just not the right kind of Christian for the other, and they get into a big fight. I would love that.
Yeah.
That would be terrific. I would love that. Yeah, to take
I
that
mean,
public
talk
and
about
everything.
popcorn, eh?
Oh man.
Oh,
Meow.
hush. All right,
Meow.
come here, baby. Hey there, lap-sitting kitty who's trying to leave. Yeah, it's funny. I don't know, like, for a while there, I was a little worried because she was getting this weird spot on the tip of her nose, and I was worried it was like, I don't know, some sort of dermatitis or melanoma or some shit. But it turns out that she's just getting really sloppy with her food.
Oops.
And it's getting caked on the end of her nose, and I guess she doesn't realize it or able to get it when she's washing herself. So
Dayu Korostu. Oh
Yeah.
my word.
I'm glad it's nothing bad, but I sure wish she'd be like a little more neat.
The way I like my scotch. Yeah.
I guess. I don't know.
I wish I
Like,
could get.
I will do shots of certain booze Mahal, but for the most part, I prefer something with a mixer.
Okay.
Well, you know me. I'm a super taster. Most
Yep.
alcohol is pretty goddamn yucky.
Yeah.
I wish I could get some of the scotches in neat single serving portions, but some of the
Like little airplane bottles.
yeah.
I'm going to say that is my Scotch I'm currently on.
All right.
It's White and Mackay. It's backwards. It's
No, it's backwards for you. We can see it properly.
all right. It's White and Mackay, but they've started doing a Christmas range. So it's ho ho ho.
And what is it exactly?
White and Mackay is the brand name.
But what whiskey?
Whiskey. Yeah.
Okay.
That's what we're
I'm-
doing.
I'm more of a rum and vodka girl myself. It really just depends on like what kind of drink. I mean, I've actually never had a Cosmopolitan, but I do love a good Cuba Libre or what's the other one with the lime in it? It's not cola. Might just be orange juice. Am I thinking? No, that's a tequila Sunrise. I don't know. There was a drink that was more citrusy than a Cuba Libre, and it involved rum. And then there's, a bunch of vodka drinks that are pretty good. I don't know.
I was on rum this morning. Yeah, I like rum as well.
I love
And
Captain
Colleen
Morgan
is
and
here.
Sailor Jerry myself.
Can I just say as well, my speech is worse than normal because I have a steroid cream, and I've been stupidly applying it, putting it on my finger, applying it, and then like making sandwiches and eating it.
Oh no.
Yeah, my cheeks are like raw, and my tongue is swollen, and my throat's sore. So, but I just realised yesterday that is why.
Okay, now,
Yeah.
granted, we don't know each other very well, but I thought you just had a really thick accent. Is there something wrong with your jaw?
Yeah, I do have a really thick accent, and I'm alcoholic, so I'm drunk as well. I have a really thick accent, but it's especially bad because my cheeks are sore and my tongue is swollen. So it's not normally this bad, if you know what I mean.
Well, I can't speak for anybody else, but as far as I'm concerned, you're perfectly articulate, so I can
Thank
understand
you.
you.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
You've been hanging around stool too long.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. No. I watched way too much British comedy before I knew either of yous.
There you go. And
Yeah.
did I mention it already? Colleen is here. Hello, dear. How are you?
Boy.
Oh,
Also, there's a chance I should stop saying yes so much. I don't know. It just feels as if to say it, you know?
Oh, this is interesting. Makes
Are you
sense.
sure?
Yeah, since I've been having gum and teeth issues, I've been having to keep toothpaste on my teeth when I'm not eating, says Mage.
Interesting.
yeah.
And Purple wonders how many points of articulation.
Yeah, I saw that. Well, I'm going to say it depends on his level and like how many skill points he had available to put into his articulation skill.
That's what happens on this show.
It's dependent on his dexterity stat. You
Uh-huh.
might suspect agility, but no, dexterity makes more sense.
Oh no. You know, I'm considering it, Stool. God, this show would never end.
This is the show that never ends. Anyway, I could keep going with that, but I'm not gonna.
It just goes on and on, my friend.
Yep.
Some people started singing it, not knowing what it was. Anyway,
Oh man, Sherry Lewis's daughter's gonna come after you. You know that.
I don't. Was she the one who started the song that never ends? I thought that was just something you learn at camp.
I don't know if she started it, but she used to do it at the end of her shows on public television.
Let's see. Well, yeah, okay. I don't see anything about origin, but it does seem to be a lamb chop thing. I could have sworn, though, it came from elsewhere. Oh, well. Like, seriously, it just sounds like one of those things you learn at camp, you know?
Uh-huh.
I remember going to this one camp in Vermont. It was like a co-ed camp run by the YMCA called Camp Greylock. It was a day camp, not somewhere like you slept over. That was Camp Abnaki. But there was this like camp song that was similar to the song that never ends because it never fucking ended. But there was this one, like every now and then someone would like we'd have this thing where if you won the contest, you get to pick the song everyone sings on the bus ride back to town kind of thing. And there was this one kid who like loved the Camp Greylock song because he was all kinds of into like military stuff, and it sounds sort of like a military march. It sounded like "We're from Greylock, mighty mighty Greylock, everybody know." It's just that, yeah, and like seriously, it just keeps going on because by the end of it, it's like and everyone wants to know who we are, so we tell them we're from Greylock, mighty mighty. It just keeps on going like that until people get sick of it and tell that kid to shut up. I wish I could remember his name. It's been seriously like a long ass time, multiple decades since I even thought of the guy. But yeah, that's where I learned the song that never ends, and I just sort of figured, you know, and the Camp Greylock song because they're very similar. I just figured it was something you learn at camp.
It's like 99 bottles hanging on the wall.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hanging on the wall.
or great green globs of greasy, grimy gopher guts.
There you go.
You know, it's just one of those things. Although, you know, it's funny how many different variants there are of that particular song.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because it's that a lot of people have their own ideas how to do it, and some of it's regional. I don't know. It's weird. I wonder if anyone's done a dissection of these kids' songs somewhere on the internet. I'm sure they must have. You know?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh my. Purple says don't reward Stool. This is twice today alone. He has fallen down on the job and not brought me a cup of tea.
Still
Now,
was
did he get knocked down and then get up again?
Something like that.
Still
Well,
was in
they're
my
never going to
school.
keep him down.
By the way, apologies. I fell asleep on my. Well, there's a fly. I fell asleep on my own stream, so I apologise to everyone who was in there. I do that often. I have the last stream was 13 hours long, so I often fall asleep during my own streams. So apologies to anyone who was in there.
God,
Yeah.
sounds like these shows.
I seem to remember, didn't Amanda do that once, fall asleep in the middle of her stream?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. And there was also an episode of The Big Bang Theory where Penny was like, she fell asleep in the middle of a Skype session or something, and her ex-boyfriend had recorded it so he could show Leonard the time when she fell off her chair.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know.
I've also vomited on my own stream.
Oh, yay.
Various things, yeah. Bojo has a clip of me vomiting. Going,
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, there's
No.
like it's not a stream, but there's one video I did completely naked.
Yeah.
Can I get
I remember that stream.
Can I get a
What
link?
it was, I don't know if you remember Got That Funk. I'm sure he's still making videos. I don't know. It's been a while though. And he did a challenge to people where it was like, okay, do the whole video naked and then answer these questions or talk about these aspects of your life. So I did. And unlike most of the participants who just appeared basically from, the shoulders up, I started by covering my chest and turning sideways to the camera so all you can see is my hip, and sitting down so that people know for a fact that I ain't wearing a stitch.
Well done on that. I have to applaud that.
And I remember that you did mention that just to be sure, in case they weren't looking. Yes, I am indeed naked here.
Well, I have very little body shame, and everyone knows it.
Oh yeah. The wonderful people in where the heck was that?
Fremont.
Naked by Fremont. That's it. I was thinking Fullerton, and it wasn't working.
I know that name, but I don't know where it is. No, Fremont is where the Fremont Troll is, which is something that oh, hold on. I can actually show it to you on Google Earth, come to think of it.
With the picture of it with you rollerblading naked. Yeah, okay, we can do that.
Yeah, I didn't catch that. All right, so here we are. Here we're going. So there's the Fremont Troll. Let's go down here. I should stop doing that with an accent. I'm probably offending people.
Of course you were.
Especially with the British person in the room. Yes, you should.
Yes, exactly. Oh, man, they blurred out the frickin' face. That's obnoxious. Like, this thing automatically blurs faces so you can't identify all the people, and it blurred the troll's face, damn it.
No.
You can sort of see it there, But yeah, that's the Fremont Troll. Under a bridge, no less.
It works. I like it.
So the Fremont Solstice Parade does go by it, but there's a much more open space where you can see...
Troll Avenue, huh?
Under a bridge downtown is where I made my
Oh,
way.
what the hell
on
was
the
that thing I
bridge
saw? There was
downtown.
this really funky named street, and I can't remember what it is now. I probably took a picture of it and put it on Facebook, but it was something like Bill and Ted Lane or Beavis and Butthead Street or something. It was just really weird.
Jesus, okay. Oh my word! What do we have?
Maybe it was like Party On Street or something. I don't know.
Beavis and Butthead Lane.
That's right. It was Wayne's World Road. That's what it was. Okay, tab, Facebook, there. This is in Vermont. Wayne's World Road.
That's brilliant.
Oh my! Oh my!
So, I mean, it is kind of fun tooling around in Google Earth and just finding wacky crap all over the place. Like, seriously, there are some... I mean, there are whole websites dedicated to the times they've caught the Google Earth car speeding.
Oh, okay then.
You know, like you have one of those, here's the speed limit, here's your speed deals, and it's like, you know, oh, you're going 38 in 35. Hello, Google Earth car.
Okay, brace yourselves.
Uh-oh.
Oh God!
Stole.
Will you stop letting my stalkers on your stream?
What a bemused look on Stool's face, isn't it? I don't get to say bemused nearly enough.
Let's see, Stool. Oh.
Stool's broken.
I'm not broken.
There you go. There you go.
I'm making another mustard sandwich.
Again?
Yeah. I just need to find the mustard.
What is that? A white bread and
Almost
mustard sandwich?
Columbia. 3 more minutes until food time, Columbia. Chill.
She's gonna set up a countdown clock.
And there goes the copyright.
Yep. Wham. Oh my! Oh my!
That was the Final Jeopardy music. It wasn't wham at all.
Now, who's doing Jeopardy anymore? Because LeVar Burton said he didn't want to do it, right?
Yeah, which is a shame. Everyone wanted him. I forget, because there was a guy who accepted the job, and then apparently, like, a million years in his past, he said something slightly off color, and then they had to make him resign. I know Mayim Bialik was doing it for a while, but honestly, I don't like her very much, so I hope she's not permanent. I don't know.
I just miss the old stuff. You know, do things in my kitchen for $10. You know, those old numbers.
So it
Is that
looks
actually
like
a-
Ken Jennings is about to be the permanent host, but they don't know how long that will last.
That is a very interesting sentence that you just spoke there, Kate.
Well, no, I mean, they're saying they intend him to be permanent, but it could be like, you know, again, someone brings something up unsavory about the guy, and they decide it was a bad idea after all. But he is the guy they want for permanent host.
Okay, then. Oh my!
Yeah.
He's the one that set the record, was it, for winnings way
I
back?
don't know. Ken Jennings? I don't think so. I thought he was like a commentator or something.
I don't know.
I mean, I could be wrong. I'm talking out of my ass, but that doesn't sound familiar at all.
There was Peter Jennings.
What? Let's see. Ken Jennings helps if I spell it right.
American game show contestant and host.
Oh, yeah,
author.
different guy. This is about the Jeopardy champion, but there's a different Ken Jennings. And,
Oh, okay.
yeah. Ken Jennings, 1947 actor. Is that the guy? I don't know. At least the Ken Jennings I see that's the game show contestant sure as hell doesn't look like... Oh, no, I guess it is the same guy. It's just the picture that they have on Wikipedia does not look like the picture of the guy hosting. For one thing, his hair color looks completely different, and he completely looks like a little kid in his Wikipedia.
Yeah, he
picture,
does,
so-
doesn't he?
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
Oh.
Colleen, well, I lost on Jeopardy.
Ah,
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, 4.5 million on Jeopardy. Wonder how much of that he got to keep. Because the tax man is right there immediately, I know, and I don't know what the percentage that they take is.
Seems a little unfair to me that they can tax winnings like that. I don't know. I mean, I get some of it. I honestly feel like paying taxes is kind of a patriotic act. You're supporting the country you fucking live in.
Yeah,
You
huh?
know?
Yeah, huh?
But at the same time, I don't know. It just seems like such a thumb in your eye to say, okay, you won all that stuff. Good job. Now we're taking most of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That just doesn't seem right.
Yeah, I know the housing people do that to me as far as that goes. If I get any extra earnings, as shall we say, they're already out there grabbing at their third of it.
Was that the Ministry of Housing?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna have to go into my library and pull out the Monty Python. I haven't played that stuff in a long time.
I've got it on disc, the whole series. It's weird because like the movies are all on Netflix, but none of the series really. Or maybe they added it. I don't know.
Yeah, one of the Christmas gifts my ex gave me years ago was the DVD set of Monty Python.
Hmm.
And
Yeah,
then,
I have to say, it did go downhill after John Cleese left.
Yeah, it would have to, because he was a genius. So it would have to go downhill.
Yeah, but now he's just a prick.
It's weird how many British, like, famous people seem to be going that direction these days.
Mm-hmm. Dawkins.
oh Lord, I was just thinking about him.
And the less said about J.K. Rowling, the better.
I suppose I'll have to go on air with a screed against Dawkins. That piece of shit.
Yeah.
Well done, Stool. I've just seen the Stool hub in the corner. I've just seen that. Well done.
It's always there. If you were ever sober, you'd notice this.
It just shows up bigger on Google rather than StreamYard.
That's what she said. Cleese is a crap. He really is. He just did a special thing for the BBC where he whinges about cancel culture.
Oh, wow. Speaking of cancel culture, did you see the was it Mike Linnell, whatever, the pillow guy?
Mike
He was
Pillow.
like, yeah, him. He's been bitching about cancel culture, and so he like canceled one of his own gigs because he was sick and tired of cancel culture. And it's like, you cannot get more ironic than that.
Oh my.
So did
goodness.
he? I was watching a thing about him earlier because I think he's such a hilarious moron. But I don't know whether he went ahead with his 96 hour. What did he call it? I can't remember what he called it. Wankathon. It was going over Thanksgiving.
Wankathon.
Well, it basically was.
Well,
Where he was going to produce his latest evidence that the election was a fraud.
oh Lord.
Where every 5 minutes the number comes up to buy one of his shitty pillows.
So here it is. My Pillow guy returns to Fox News with ad whining about cancel culture. The My Pillow CEO officially slunk back to Fox News on Thursday despite repeatedly claiming he was done with the network because it would not air his election fraud ads. So he was done with Fox because of cancel culture, so he canceled himself from Fox News because he was done with cancel culture.
Eek.
He's not the brightest.
No.
He really isn't. I mean, he's a con man, obviously, but I think he started to believe his own grift.
Granted, yes. Oh, it's 5 minutes past the hour. I'll be right back.
Oh no! I'm amazed you haven't been shredded yet.
Can I just say thank you, Stool? You have just made the next title of my next video. It's Wankathon.
Oh, well, okay. I
Yeah.
don't have to do it for 96 hours, do I?
Yeah.
What do we got over here?
Thank you.
All kinds of.
Those were the days, my friend.
Fred!
Never end. Sorry.
The Savage Minnow is here. Yay! 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 I will call you. I will. Oh my! I barely got up in time for the show today. Jesus. Oh my! Tap that thumbs up button. Yeah. Send me your life savings. Oh, shit.
By the way, I'm going to have to leave
Aw.
because I need to set up my Wankathon.
That sounds good. That sounds good. I like it.
Thank you very much, Diana, the Lavender Lady. Thank you
Well,
very much for having me on. It's been
Thank you for
brilliant.
coming. Thank you for coming aboard. And now I recognize you, and I know who you
Yeah.
are, and everything's good. Yay!
And I've got a wrench. Yeah.
Yay!
See
Hey,
you later.
I don't know if that's an accomplishment. I mean, even Stool has a wrench.
Oh, right. That diminishes it a little bit. Yeah.
She gives them out willy-nilly.
Daju Korostu. Yeah.
Thanks a lot, though. Genuinely, it has been brilliant. I appreciate it. Thank you.
It
Bye.
is the Og and Foo and Moo, and I is really full of poo.
So I figured out the world's most pernicious earworm.
Oh, yay.
It's the original Legend of Zelda Overland music. Da 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 da. That one. It will not leave my head. It's been stuck in there for 3 years, and it pops up at the most inappropriate times.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah, huh? I was just thinking that. Yep, indeed he does.
Well, someone had to say it.
Yeah. Good thing it wasn't me. Anyway. Yes, honey, what is the kitty wanting? That's what the kitty's wanting.
Yeah.
Today is Tuesday, which means tomorrow is Wednesday. I have a day off. Yay. And after that comes Thursday. I have to bleed into a machine again. Oh my. It's only been 6 months and I hate this shit already.
You know, you could ask Thor to give you a break on his day.
Yeah.
I mean, he is a thunder god. He should be able to do something. I'm sure he has some pull.
There you go.
And I don't mean on his hammer.
Right. And Colleen would like to know how is the kitties.
Mine, they're doing pretty well, although for some reason Xander isn't eating. Come on, buddy. Manja, manja.
Uh-oh. That could be bad news. Yes, it could
No, he's a bit of an idiot when it comes to food.
be.
No, seriously, like it can be mealtime and he doesn't realize it, and I have to pick him up and bodily carry him to his dish, and all of a sudden he's into it. Or, and this is the one that boggles the hell out of me, I will put down both bowls, and Columbia runs over to hers, and Xander looks at his like he's not sure he's allowed to eat. But after about 30 seconds, he very cautiously approaches the bowl and starts to eat because nobody's attacked him yet.
Okay, then.
And I'm like, dude, you've been here almost 2 years. You should know by now that's your dish. You really should.
Okay.
Ah, well.
Voicemail. Did somebody call me or did I call voicemail? I don't know. I'll have to find out because I've got to find out when that hospital appointment is. Damn it.
Hmm. I'm hoping I was right about my wrist getting better because much like with the frickin' neurologist, they want to send me out into the boonies to get it looked at.
Oh, geez. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just, man, I love the weather, but otherwise I'm not sure I like San Diego that much.
Mm. Yeah, you mentioned that it's not pedestrian friendly. It's spread out
Well, not just that.
everywhere.
Well, okay, here's the thing. I am sick and tired of being scared for my life every time I step into an intersection because some self-important shit plug in their like overpriced land barge isn't looking both ways when they're trying to make a right on red. So I'm in the crosswalk, they see an opening and gun it, and all of a sudden
Ah,
I'm almost dead, you know? And they
Pittsburgh.
wonder why I'm cranky in their direction when they do that.
Oh man, yeah, that's always fun. I've actually had somebody hit my wagon. Um, I used to have one of those red flyer wagons, and go grocery
Still
shopping
knows
and
where I went with that. Still knows
okay.
exactly where I went with that.
But I'm crossing the street with my wagon in tow, and here comes this car barreling around with a left turn of all damn things, hits the wagon and spins it all the way around me, and it's like, what the hell are you trying to do?
Mm.
Had I anything more powerful than words, their tires would have been flat.
Oh, believe me, there are times I'm like, it's really good I'm not armed.
Uh-huh.
It is so good that I can't do what my first impulse is when these people pull this shit. You know?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Mage says the weather is about the only thing he likes about Florida.
Mm. And I hope you know what song's going through my head now. Keeping in mind what time of year it is.
Well, let's see. It is almost December. In a few hours, it'll be December.
It's
Mm.
already December here in the future.
Of course it is. Well, we were just discussing weather,
Yes.
and it is around about Giftmas time.
And let's see. Let it snow. Let it snow.
Actually, I was going with the weather outside is frightful. You see?
It's the same song.
Well, yeah, but not the right part of it.
There you go. And then we always have the perfect version. It's really so full of poo poo.
I
Yes,
know.
it's so full of poo poo.
What did I do to deserve this?
Oh my! You answered Godless Iowan's call for a replacement person. That's what you did.
I guess so.
I
I
haven't seen anything about of him lately.
Is it even him anymore?
I don't know.
Like last I heard, it was she, and then non-binary, and then I stopped paying attention because, well, there was that whole big schismy thing.
Yeah, I thought I thought Iowan was a friend. Oh well, what can I tell you?
Yeah, well, there are some people out there where they're your friend right up until you say one thing out of line.
Mm.
And I mean, I'm not saying I'm guilty of that a little bit myself. There are certain lines you should not cross with me. But
Oh yeah,
like some people took that way the hell too far. That's all I'm saying.
yeah. The company that they kept was interesting. I wasn't entirely enamored of that crowd anyway, but
Hmm.
because you had what the heck was the Ethel was the person's name or something?
Yeah, Ethel, which is so weird to me because that just sounds like someone who was born in 1911.
Yeah, huh? And
Yeah,
there
I would
was
have
another one. Hmm?
I would have a very difficult time, like, looking at a cute, squalling, helpless little infant and going, "Yep, you're an Agatha."
No.
I would have a hard time with that. Or like, "Oh, look at little baby Mortimer." There's just something you shouldn't name young people. Those are names you give to someone who's already old.
I remember a episode of Bewitched where Uncle whatever his name was wanted the Samantha's father wanted to name the grandkid Maurice.
Tabitha.
Maurice, that was it.
Oh.
And then she's going, but yeah, they're all going to call him Maury, and it kind of soured him on that idea. But Maurice
Better
is a
Maury
perfectly.
than Maurice, I say.
There you go. It's a perfectly serviceable name, though. Really, it is.
Well, Maurice sounds so foppish.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm sure there's some people like, gosh, I wish I was Oscar Wilde people who think foppish is good. But usually foppish is something you look down on.
Oh, my. The only thing worse than being looked down upon is not being looked down upon. Yeah, anyway.
Well, no, I disagree. I'd rather not be looked down upon. The only thing worse than being talked about behind your back is not being talked about behind your back. The difference is whether or not they're paying attention, you see.
There you go. And then Colleen says Disney was going to name Mickey Mouse Mortimer at first.
Yikes.
There was a Mortimer that turned up. I think it was one of Mickey's nephews or something. Mortimer Mouse. Yeah, allegedly one of Mickey's nephews. Or at least that's what Daisy. It's not Daisy. That's what Minnie told him.
I don't know. I was never really into the more cartoony, humorous Disney stuff. I always wanted, like, adventures that took themselves seriously, which was really hard to find in kids' entertainment.
Yeah.
That was another thing that always bothered me, is they always figured, like, what we show to kids has to be A, educational, B, funny, and C, musical. There always had to be a freaking musical number in kids' stuff. It drove me up the wall, because that's not what I wanted as a child.
Okay, then.
I wanted something that took itself seriously and was more adventurous than anything else.
My love was Warner Brothers because, oh man, the satire. Oh my. Well, it was made for the adults. It really was, and then with a nod toward the kids.
Well, okay, I don't know why, but there was I think it was Looney Tunes, but I'm not sure, that stuck in my head pretty hard, where a mother hen thought her chick had gone missing and she kept yelling for him, and the name was Robespierre, right?
Ah!
And I know who Robespierre was, but it was just weird to me that she was, well, number one, that she had named a kid that, but number two, the way she was screaming it just sounded so, I don't know, maybe that's why it stuck in my head, was the way it was being shouted.
Okay, then.
The heck? Oh, it looks like spam.
Oh my, oh my. Well, yeah, this stuff is pretty good if you fry it.
No, it's not. I've had it. It's like someone took ham and made it wrong somehow.
Yeah, the MSB used to carry the stuff at his store. That and the Vienna sausages too.
Well, you ever get like a can of cat food or a can of Spam or pretty much anything canned with meat in it, where you take it out of the container and it's got this nasty, like, not quite gelatinous ring of what I assume is fat around it?
Uh-huh.
Oh, man, vomitization. Well, the very first time I encountered Spam, it had one of those rings around it, and that's one of the reasons it took me decades to try it again.
Yeah, in the can it would always be in this gelatinous mass, which is why it worked better for me fried, because then you melted that garbage off and you put a little bit of a
Well, it
crisp on
usually
it.
scraped right off, though. Or at least the stuff I encountered did. I don't know.
Tayo korostu.
But
Well,
there is something that I've been making the last couple of days that I've been really enjoying, and I've been trying to figure out how to describe them, but I had forgotten the word panini. Basically, they're like pizza paninis. I take some marinara and some mozzarella, and I just bought some pepperoni and black olives, and get some of that really thick bread that's not quite Texas toast, but it really wishes it was,
oh yeah,
and make a panini out of it, and it works really well.
it sounds delicious. 'Cause I haven't eaten anything yet today. That's not
That
good.
might be why you were having that headache.
Could be. Darn what I hadn't thought of that, but yeah. I haven't the slightest idea what I. Oh, I know what I could do later on. I still have some turkey left from Thursday.
Yeah, well, I know what you can do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my. And it's potato wedges. Those are always good, especially when you're a kidney patient and you're not supposed to have them.
But you know me and potato wedges. I'd rather have something crispier than all of the mealy potato just inside is just it's too heavy for me. I can't do it. It's like you know how well no you probably don't. Peanut butter can get to be a little bit too much if you put too much on.
Well, yeah, you've got to work to swallow it. Yeah.
I mean, it's like it's so heavy it actually affects my breathing a little bit.
Okay.
So yeah,
Well,
I'm not a fan of those potatoes because they're that kind of heavy.
what you do is you add a little bit of garlic to the peanut butter, and it's yummy and tasty.
I've tried that and it's not tasty. Well, it's not.
Oh, what have we got over here? Oh, we have lovely spam, wonderful spam, lovely spam, wonderful spam, spam, spam. Thank you, Mage.
I do a little bit wonder what inspired that. Cause, you know, I was first time I watched that sketch on Monty Python years old that I really even heard about spam in the first place, right? So I was just wondering why they were making such a big deal out of it.
I don't know. I wonder if it goes back to post rationing. Yeah, the war. I do wonder about that. I do know that the Polynesians really liked the spam. They were introduced to it during World War II.
Well, Stool seems to think he has an idea.
Oh no, Stu always has an idea. What is it, honey?
I was being polite. I'm British, so I'm legally obliged to like spam.
Are you?
And it is gorgeous, especially Dinah's correct. When it's fried, it is beautiful. But I also like it raw.
Oh yeah,
You
yeah,
are a
bread.
sick individual.
yeah, huh?
It's gorgeous. It's so lovely spam. But it does go back to the war because
Okay.
rationing and what have you. And it was a cheap way to buy stuff that kept for a long time because that gushy stuff that you don't like keeps it preserved in its tin.
It sort of
Also-
excludes the air, doesn't it?
No. One thing that's going to be very difficult is having some pepperoni in the fridge and smoking weed, well, vaping weed at the same time, because some part of me is going to be tempted to just grab that packet of pepperoni and wolf it down.
Oh yeah.
Pretty much until we got all fancy schmancy and joined the EU, let's not go there. Pretty much everything you bought in a cafe had spam with it because we were really shit at food. So everything came with spam.
Well, that's where you
I
got
see.
the eggs, bacon, sausage, and spam. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I haven't heard a lot of good things about British cuisine.
Oh no. Don't use stereotypes. It was shit for a very long time until we joined the EU. We're not going to go there, but it was very bland and shit because we can't grow stuff. You know, we have to import our food because the stuff we can grow is really crap and boring. Turnips, I think that's all we can grow.
Oats. Well, I love oats, but that's beside the point.
So it wasn't until the French finally gave in and let us join the EU that we could then import stuff at a reasonable price from the rest of Europe. Ta-da, there you go, history lesson.
And now,
well, you know, I mean, I would love to join the EU, but Disney declared it non-canon after they bought Star Wars.
Oh, fuck you.
Well, I'm sorry, but there are so many times where, like, an abbreviation or an acronym gets usurped by another one. I mean, do you have any ideas, like, what it's like to live in San Diego and see SD everywhere and have to remind yourself it's not Star Destroyer?
Okay, then. Okay.
Well,
you know, or go to San Francisco and I'm like, SF, that means science fiction. I really want to go to this town. Oh, darn it, I'm disappointed now.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was Mage earlier in Side Chat. He was trying to make a reference to Discovery, as in Star Trek Discovery. And normal people will abbreviate that to Disco. He called it STD, which to me it means a different thing.
Yes.
Very much.
Well, if you put a colon in between, like in between the T and the D, Star Trek : Discovery.
That works a little better than just straight up STD. Don't do that.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
well, I remember a time before STD. I'm old.
oh, that was the one I'm thinking of. You know what? CRT does not mean critical race theory. It means cathode ray tube. We've been using them in televisions for decades, and we still use them in some things, even though plasma is really popular. So seriously, okay, rename critical race theory for me, please, because seriously, CRT, as a film major and an animator, god damn it, that's my acronym, not yours.
Teach the kids about cathode ray tubes. That's what I say.
I mean, I know, like, the whole thing is important and everything, but quit stealing our acronyms.
Oh, my.
Just saying.
Yes, absolutely.
Because they're my acronyms. You can't have them. Yeah, well.
Pretty sure we invented that one, so you can't have it.
You know, what little I've seen of Star Trek Discovery does not fill me with confidence.
It's pretty good.
Well, what I saw, and also there is a channel out there. I wish I could remember what it's called. The Drunken something. I don't know, where he talks about why modern movies suck, and he points out a lot of like flaws, mostly in Star Trek. He talks about how like, you know, in the original series movies at least, and in the in Star Trek The Next Generation, they really take the chain of command seriously and all of that, and like Starfleet decorum. But in Star Trek Discovery, they're all acting like they're a bunch of kids in a frat or something. And like the guy says, like movies and TV these days is like they're written by children for children.
I think it's one of those. It's one of those things that you can't just dip into. You've got to watch it from the first episode and in the correct order, otherwise it just doesn't make any sense.
Well, I saw the first half of the first episode and said, screw this. This ain't my Star Trek.
You gave it a go then?
A little bit. I didn't like it. I thought they had changed way too much, and it just didn't seem like Trek to me.
It does have a few issues. I only got to just towards the end of the first season, and I was enjoying it. But the things I've seen from later sort of episodes and seasons, which have infiltrated their way into my damned pew-pew game, I'm not happy about, really. I don't mind.
What were they thinking, like with the Klingons, anyway?
I'm okay with that. That is not a
Ugh.
problem to me at all. In fact, I've got one in my Pew Pew game, level 65. But some of the ships are just stupid.
Hey, Stool, you're going to absolutely hate me. Instead of your Pew Pew game, I ended up starting to play DC Universe because of Dr. Ben.
I was watching him play it, and I thought it looked quite groovy.
It's fun, definitely. I made a character whose powers are based on gadgets, and I called her Circuit, but I had to spell it Syrkit.
Okay.
I think he was beating up Superwoman or Supergirl when I was watching.
That's possible. I ended up rescuing her.
And
I mean, he's playing a villain. I'm playing a hero.
Supergirl is cool.
Okay, where the heck are my screenshots? Because I can totally show pictures of my character. Screenshots. There they are. But that's... here's DC Universe.
Moo.
Roy.
All
right. There.
Moo.
That's my character, Circuit.
Ooh, she's lovely.
Yeah, I really love this sort of chrome, almost Colossus look she's got going on. And the glowing hair really helps sell it. Plus the lightning bolts just above her tits.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't going to mention the tits, so don't.
Well, I was. Actually, they don't let you change tit size, as near as I can tell. You have to be that big, like it or lump it.
And that, yes, dear, there's this kitty. And there's a tail. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'd really like to see someday is the
Lock,
Star
lock,
Trek series where the captain isn't human.
Okay.
I mean, maybe I always got the wrong idea about Starfleet, but it always struck me as odd that most of the crew is human on each ship. That the aliens all seem to be more like affirmative action hires than anything else.
Yeah, pretty much.
And that has always bothered me a little bit. I thought Starfleet was like, I mean, maybe I'm thinking of the United Federation of Planets and not just Starfleet, but I thought like Starfleet was open to all races and wasn't just human dominant. I always thought that the humans were dominant or primarily the crew just because of money, you know? Like all the makeup.
Marina Sirtis explained this when she was talking about the Next Generation.
Oh.
She said it's really very simple. Aliens just never showed up for auditions.
Okay.
Of course. Which is weird. No, I'm not going to make a crossing the border joke. Never mind.
No.
Well, I'm sorry I couldn't find a way to say it that wouldn't be horribly offensive to somebody.
There you go. Get me canceled.
No. I mean, that's the thing is like I always mean well, even when I make jokes that might cross a line or two.
Oh,
I mean, it's like Jim Jeffries says, there's a big difference between things I think and things I think are funny to say.
Yeah, there you go.
That's a distinction a lot of people on, well, my political side don't seem to like, they don't seem to make that distinction, you know, where it's like, well, if I can get outraged, I will get outraged. And I'm like, yeah, okay, sure, fine, whatever.
It's almost a hobby anymore. Really.
Oh, it really is. This is one of the reasons why, like, you know that friend of mine, Tom, who just came back from Italy? He came back with a wife, and I really can't stand her.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it seems like we have these big old clashes, and we don't like the same things. We like almost exactly the opposite in our entertainment, and she loves to get outraged about shit, even when it's not necessary. And it seems like whenever we disagree on something, everything she says is designed to shut me down, right? And it's weird because she says the same thing about the things I say. I don't know what's so different about our personalities, but we are like seriously oil and water, me and her.
Okay, then.
So, I mean, basically, I kind of have to lose my friend Tom because his wife's a complete cunt.
Just horrible the way that works.
Yep. And the weird thing is how similar their relationship is to another couple I knew in Seattle. Military husband, goth wife, who honestly looks remarkably similar. Like the only difference between her and Tom's wife is how big they are, really. And like same sort of conflicts, same sort of clashes. It's just bizarre.
I don't know. Maybe you attract that stuff.
But there's times I feel like I've met all 12 people in the world and they just have different bodies sometimes. But like it seriously does seem like there's a lot of people out there who are just carbon copies of other people I've known. Is that weird?
Sure, but it's weird. It's weirdly weird.
Well, okay. Maybe I should have asked whether it's normal.
It's weirdly normal.
Ah, well, what can you do?
Now we've got a Star Trek thing going over in the side chat here.
I haven't seen Picard. I don't know if I want to. A lot of this is moot anyway because I don't have Paramount Plus, and I don't know if they're putting it up on any of the streaming services I do have. So,
oh my!
yeah.
Was it you that put the post up on Twitter with this service and this service, and with the kids with the Captain Planet rings,
Yes.
and then you put them all together?
If I didn't put that up, I certainly retweeted it.
Okay, yeah, because I mean, by the time you get all those things, you've paid for cable.
Yeah, it's true, and this is something I've been lamenting since Netflix came out, and it had even one competitor. Some part of my brain was like, "Wait a minute," you know.
I don't know.
What can you
It's
do?
I don't mind not having television. I really don't.
I kind of do, but then you know me. I'm very fiction based. It's kind of my life, fiction.
I mean, earlier today when I was bleeding into a machine, my entertainment was listening to a series of geology lectures.
Weirdo.
Yay!
What do you want to have anything to do with those geode-loving feldspar jockeys for anyway? That I have to admit, that is one of my favorite lines from The Big Bang Theory, where Sheldon calls geologists geode-loving feldspar jockeys. I don't know why that makes me laugh. Maybe it's because like when there's a video game that's coming out and it's coming out for console systems and PC, and I'm a PC gamer, so I usually call the other folks console jockeys.
Dajú korostu.
And I guess maybe I just like the word jockeys being used with an adjective to refer to a certain subset of people.
There you go, jockeys.
I don't know. I guess that would be someone riding a jockey.
Yeah, huh?
Aren't jockeys usually pretty small? Who's riding them? Like, it would have to be their kid.
Pretty much.
I don't know.
My sister wanted to be a jockey, but she was too large at 120 pounds.
That is kind of crazy pants if that's too large.
Yeah, huh?
I don't know. One thing that surprised me was that fighter pilots have to be pretty short.
Yes, they do. To fit
That
in those
one
cramped
surprised
canopy.
me.
Yeah.
Like in Top Gun, you almost never see him with his mask off, but Tim Robbins is in Top Gun. He has something crazy like 6'8" or some shit. Like he is really fucking tall. And so they actually had to cut the bottom out of the F-14 cockpit that he was sitting in, so his legs could sit out of it. because he otherwise couldn't fit. His knees would be up by his chin.
Yeah. Yeah, there are
You know,
stories
so-
about the guys.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty funny when I found that out, and it is so weird that I can't recognize Tim Robbins in that movie.
Okay,
Like
then.
there's one shot where you can see that it's really him, but the rest of the time he's got that helmet on and usually has the oxygen mask up, and it's like, unless you know his voice that well, you don't know it's Tim frickin' Robbins.
Moo.
You know, it's kind of like the. Did you know that Dan Aykroyd was in Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom?
I did not know that. No, I did
Like,
not
you
know
barely see him, but if you know which scene it is and you listen for his voice, it's so obvious it's him.
that. Okay, so good old cameo appearance, huh?
Yeah, pretty much. Let's see, what's the one I was looking for here? Oh, yeah, Tim Robbins. There. Oh, it's funny. It's the second thing, Tim Robbins, Top Gun. Do you ever play the game where you want to search for something, and so you type in as few letters as you possibly can before it pops up as a suggestion?
All the time I do, yes. Mhm.
So there he is, Tim Robbins, right there. Right? It's like he played Merlin, and that's usually how you see him, is like this. You know, I mean, look at all these shots of him. That's like one of the only times you see his face, and it's half covered.
Moo.
So it took a long time for me to notice he was in the movie. Just saying.
Yes. I'm just thinking, I suppose I could have I suppose I could have flown were it not for my eyes. You know, because I'm only 5'9".
Nope, that's too tall.
Too tall?
I'm 5'9.5", and that's too tall. Okay, how tall are fighter pilots? Oh, that's annoying. They did it in inches. Let's see. Here's something for the Air Force. Let's see. The current height requirement to become an Air Force pilot is a standing height of 5 feet 4 inches. Oh, to 6 feet 5 inches. All right. With a sitting height of 34 to 40 inches.
Okay, then.
I
Yeah,
always thought you had to be shorter than that.
I mean, there are stories about guys who were shorter than that. It's Gus Grissom was 5'6", I think, the shortest of all the astronauts.
Which is funny because I think that Tom Cruise is 5'6", and that's part of why they cast him for Top Gun.
Oh, okay.
Or at least he's pretty short. Wow, these physical requirements are so much more lenient than I ever thought. So they're like, candidates must weigh 160 to 231 pounds depending on height. And like 20 to 24% body fat for men, 28 to 32% body fat for women. I guess they're taking tits into account.
Must be.
And then
Must
they have
be.
like a minimum number of push-ups and sit-ups, and finish a timed 1.5 mile run. So yeah. Interesting. I could have sworn the height requirement was so much shorter. Maybe I'm looking for Navy and not USAF. Like, it's the same for Navy apparently. I wonder if that changed. Because I swear somebody told me that, like, there is a certain kind of tall that's too tall.
Well, okay, from Crone.com, which is not the source, I understand, Navy pilot candidate must be at least 5'2".
Well, yeah, but I'm talking about the maximum height.
Oh, well, the maximum height here is 6'5", yeah.
Yeah, which surprises me. Let's see. Okay, how tall are you, Tom Cruise? 5'7". All right.
Where are you getting that from? Wikipedia?
No, IMDb.
Okay, he's probably edited it.
I think he would have edited it to be taller than 5'7", but all right.
Not if he's only 5'2" in real life.
I don't think he is. Wow, I had no idea. Did you know that Tom Cruise isn't actually his birth name?
Tom
Right,
motherfucker.
right.
Thomas Cruise Mapother, is that how that's pronounced? The fourth.
Mm-hmm.
There's one I didn't actually know.
Thomas Motherfucker, that's his real name.
Sure.
He's a creepy fucker.
Is that how that's pronounced? Mapother, Maypother, Mapother? How the fuck do you pronounce that?
I think it's Mapother.
Pronunciation. There we go. How to pronounce William Maypother? Let's see. Come on. Play.
PronounceNames.com.
William Mapother.
Mapother?
William Mapother.
Huh. All right, that was only American English, though. They didn't have a British version. Oh.
Colleen says that she's 5'2".
Wow, he was a Franciscan seminary student
Okay.
when he was 14? Wow, all right.
Oh, man.
Wow, it says this sensitive, deeply religious youngster. I mean, I guess maybe this explains his zeal for Scientology, but still. I don't know.
Yeah, interesting that he went from Catholicism to Scientology.
Okay, I need to see the trivia section of Top Gun because I swear, hold on, Tim Robbins. Okay, sure. All right, I don't see it. That's so weird. I could have sworn, maybe I'm thinking of something else, or maybe I dreamed it, but I could have sworn there was a thing in here about how someone was too tall.
Okay, there is there on there, and there is. Okay.
You know, I've never actually watched Bill Nye the Science Guy. I've seen him guest on a couple of sitcoms, or at least just The Big Bang Theory, and that's it.
I think I've watched one or two episodes of Bill Nye the Science Guy. What I really liked were the things I saw him appear on at Arizona State, you know, back before Lawrence Krauss was a pariah. They had some fun up on stage when you had Krauss, Nye, Tyson, couple science fiction authors were up there, and they would have fun. It was really interesting. I liked it.
I don't know, still kind of irritated with Neil deGrasse Tyson, though.
Oh, that he won't come out and call himself an atheist?
Yes. That's so irritating, because it's like, dude, you are, and we need, like, public voices, and people respect your ass. Maybe you can present that, you know, safe face that people need to realize atheists aren't monsters.
Oh, you could ask Dawkins. He's well respected.
Oh,
Yeah. You know, it's weird because, like, there was a time I respected the guy. You saw how many intros I used with him in it for my channel, and then he just fell off a cliff like so many others, where like Sam Harris was the first one to really disappoint me.
Okay, then.
He did have a stroke, though. So, you know.
Could have done something
Wait,
up
Sam
there.
Harris had a stroke?
No,
Yeah, Dawkins did.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. I missed that.
Yeah, it's a few years ago, but those things can do strange things to your head. Well, obviously that's what a stroke is, but they can have effects afterwards, if you know what I mean.
I'd have to go back and look at the stuff that he said and did prior and then after the stroke. See if I can
I don't
get
know.
any.
I just get the impression that I don't see him very often on the Twitters, only when he said something really stupid and shit. But it just looks like he comes along, says something which he knows will upset people, and then fucks off again. So
That's got to be his brand or some shit like that. This latest one with that declaration of turfism. I've got to do something on that one.
yeah, I mean that is a good example because he didn't go into any details. He just said, "Everybody sign this now."
Yeah,
No, fuck off.
So I fell down the trivia hole on Top Gun, and I ran across an entry. Tom Cruise had to wear lifts in his scenes with Kelly McGillis. Cruise is 5'7", while McGillis is 5'10".
okay.
And also there was one scene where Kelly McGillis her character was on a brief date with someone, and the guy is actually like a fighter pilot that was a consultant on the movie, and his name, for you Harry Potter fans, is Pete Pettigrew.
Okay.
Well,
This
Peter
means-
Pettigrew was a character in Harry Potter. I
Ah.
think it was the guy that ended up as Voldemort's right-hand man or something. Maybe I'm thinking of someone else.
Okay.
I
then.
don't know.
I'm one of 3 people who really didn't get into any of the Harry Potter.
Mm.
I'm one
I
of those
did
3 as
before I
well.
learned what J.K. Rowling was like, but go on.
The only one that I really remember was the first one because we went to watch it at the movies, and I fell asleep through the whole damn thing. But I enjoyed the Dolby bit at the beginning because they used the Dolby choo-choo train, and I always liked that. Guess I'm weird.
My ex was an insane fan of Harry Potter. Well, you could say my ex was insane, but that's another story too. Yeah, everything in her world had something to do with Harry Potter. Spent insane amounts of money on Harry Potter toys and stuff too. Just have him sit around without the packaging opened.
This is interesting. Originally, in the early script for Top Gun, Pete Maverick Mitchell's first name was Evan. That's
Okay.
hard to picture Tom Cruise with the name Evan.
Kind of reminds me of Neffy. Which reminds me, I haven't seen Neffy around at all. She been flushed down a sewer or something, or what?
Sorry, I like I said, fell down the rabbit hole here. I'm trying to find, I swear there was something in there about someone being too tall for the F-14 sets, and I'm trying to find it, but there's literally hundreds of trivia entries in here. And some of them are quite interesting, but it's really difficult to find what I'm looking for.
So you haven't found what you're looking for?
No. Although, here's one that I find quite interesting, is that Bryan Adams was asked to allow his song Only the Strong Survive on the soundtrack, but he refused because he felt that the film glorified war. But the thing is, if you listen to that song, it sounds like it belongs on the Top Gun soundtrack. It would fit in so easily.
Okay, then.
Yeah.
Hmm. Oh, Mage says Neffy is still around. Sees him pop up on modern day debates from time to time. Oh, shit.
Is he making his own videos anymore, though?
I don't know. I haven't seen a Neffy video in literally years. There was one debate I saw between Neffy and Christopher Maudy, which was absolutely fantastic. The debate itself sucked, but the after show was beautiful, where Neffy and his sidekick Tommy, or whatever the guy's name was, were digging a hole for themselves deeper and deeper and deeper, with Neffy maintaining that Tommy was maintaining that Bull Weevil's engaged in horizontal gene transfer. You know, you've got to understand that you can't do that with a keratin shell. And oh my God, it was just.
It's funny, I forgot that Top Gun had been shot in San Diego. Mind you, it was 86, but I should have a look and see if I recognize anything. Like, very briefly in 2002, I lived in Santa Cruz for about 4 months and started recognizing places and went, wait a minute, this is for where they filmed The Lost Boys, isn't it? Because some of that stuff is still there and recognizable from the film.
Ah, Ong Fu.
Well,
Oh my. Yeah, I don't know. I miss the old days. I really do.
wow, this is so weird to me. A test audience who saw the movie before it was released were annoyed that there was no love scene. I find love scenes something I have to sit through till they start telling story again, much like musicals.
Okay.
Just saying.
No. What else do we have? He said my note to knowing. He said my note to knowing on a thing, but it is the thing.
Sorry, I'm still lost. I'm not even quite halfway through some of these. It's funny, now that I think about it, there is a scene in Top Gun where Anthony Edwards sings Great Balls of Fire while playing the piano. And he does it fairly well. But in the scene when they do the You've Lost That Love and Feeling part where they serenade Kelly McGillis's character, everybody sings it really terribly.
I don't know. Maybe that was the point of it.
Okay.
Were they supposed to sing it terribly?
Well, maybe, but clearly, okay, when you say supposed to, do you mean within the lore of the movie, or do you mean what the director told them to do?
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, but the thing is that if he's able to sing well in one scene, but not in another, that implies he was faking it in the scene where he was terrible. But why would he?
Okay, I get it now.
Yeah.
I was a little slow.
So.
Well, I'm not a little slow, but you know what the hell. Oh my, oh my. My word.
I suppose, like, I could just not read the parts that are unrelated to the thing I want to know, but some of these are really interesting.
And we've got 3 people watching.
And 3 people here.
Yeah.
And it's going to go down now. It's going to go down now, unfortunately, because the sexy one has a prior commitment.
Uh-oh.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
It's
come on. Like, I wasn't going to say that.
It's 2 a.m. Yeah. So I have slept all day, so this is not a bad thing. but I'm going to go and play Quiplash because that's.
Oh, that sounds like Moo.
It is jolly good fun. It's one of my favourite little things to play with. Don't say it, Kate.
Oh, you're going to. I had no intention of saying a damn thing.
Okay, then I will. A damn thing.
Waka.
But just before, I have been listening, but my computer's been an absolute arse. The disco thing, Discovery. I think the new season has just started on these weird channels, except in the UK, where they upset everybody by saying you're not going to watch it until I think next year sometime. So if you want to watch it in this country, you have to use shenanigans in order to do so. There you go.
So that's what Brexit brought you guys. Yeah.
Yeah. Everything is Brexit's fault. Fucking cunts. Oh, by the way, I just said the C word. Don't say the C word.
Chocolate.
That
California.
let's use those. They're safe words. Because I did get, yeah, that's the one. I did get sent. I did get sent to Twitmore for 12 hours for using it. So.
Jesus. Oh,
That is
God.
something that the world needs to recognize, is that there are people who use that word that aren't in the United States and don't mean it the way we would.
The thing is, you know, when you get sent to Twitmore and you get the message saying, right, delete this thing, and then
I
they give
don't
you,
actually.
yes, you do, and then they give you an explanation as to what crime you've committed.
Well,
And
I
apparently,
really don't.
I was promoting violence against people based on their sex, gender, race, religion, blah, 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 because I use the C word.
Well, I mean, because I get in trouble on Facebook and not so much on Twitter. And one of the things that happened on Facebook, I know I've mentioned it before, is when I was in a thread about dating and decided to say, well, the problem is that boys are icky, but girls are psycho. That got me 30 days for hate speech.
Yeah, it's just stupid. Sorry, but it's just. Ugh.
It's crazy. Anyway, I've got to go. I shall love you and
Yeah.
leave you. You're both, well, not Kate, but you're okay. Kate,
Yeah, I'm not okay. I'm awesome.
you're just a Kent. Okay.
I'm bodacious.
Yeah,
Well, I'm not
that's.
going to say anything. The picture you did earlier, I'm not going to say anything, but
No, there's an
pixel art one that I
interesting.
posted on Twitter.
I don't know where you posted it. The one where you were talking about pixel art. I think it was in this stream, I forget.
Yeah.
Now there's something we've got to do now is make an appropriation here. Instead of the C word, we could always call somebody a Kent. And for those who know what's going on, it does make sense.
Yeah, Kent is a good one. All right, I've got to go.
Okay.
Bye-bye, people. Lovely,
fun.
lovely people. Bye-bye.
Enjoy. Oh my.
So I'm looking at this, and Kelly McGillis's character in Top Gun, they offered the part to a lot of people, including Carrie Fisher.
Oh my.
And then they have Tatum O'Neal, Jodie Foster, Daryl Hannah, Diane Lane, Sarah Jessica Parker, and Linda Hamilton. Those would have been some very interesting castings.
Yeah, huh?
Why do I keep thinking that Tatum O'Neal was like either killed or involved in some sort of shooting where she was the shooter or something? I must be thinking of someone else.
What? You
Wasn't
mean
there
in,
someone famous who got wrapped up with like Charles Manson or something? Like there's bank footage of her toting around a big old gun.
quite a few actually.
But is that her, or who am I thinking of?
I don't know that it was Tatum O'Neal.
For some reason, the name Tatum keeps popping into my head. I don't know.
Let's see. What? Okay, O'Neal, who was charged with criminal possession of a controlled substance, rejected a deal that would have sentenced her to a 2-day drug treatment program. Okay, so that's not it. Um, 3 kids, Jesus Christ. I mean, some people just shouldn't breed.
I guess. Wait a minute. When was Rick Rossovich on ER? When was Michael Ironside on ER? That must have been like after I stopped watching the show when all but one of the original cast was gone.
Okay, then. Oh, my word. She was married to John McEnroe. Oh, holy shit.
Sorry, what?
O'Neill was married to John McEnroe. God, that would have
Wow,
been a match
isn't
made
that
in
the tennis
heaven.
player who threw tantrums?
Yeah, huh?
Okay. Oh, I am so glad they got Tom Skerritt instead of John Voight for the role of Viper. Holy crap, that would have been terrible. I'm sorry, I don't like John Voight that much. Man, there is a lot of like this band or that recording artist decided not to have their song in Top Gun. It's crazy.
Hey, Podrak, how you doing, honey? Been a while. I still
I
have to
do
call
love
you.
Harold Faltermeyer's score for that movie. I really do. He did a great job with the score.
6-3, bottom of the 9th, right?
No. Didn't know Tom Cruise has never won an Oscar. I mean, he's been nominated, but I didn't know he'd never won. Interesting. I mean, I'm not saying he necessarily deserves it. It's just still a little surprising.
Okay, then. I don't know, maybe he could have sent somebody to deliver a rejection speech, right?
Oh, I don't know.
My medical visits are not fun. Definitely not.
Actually, I guess it depends. I'm seeing a new neurologist because they're more local, not in La Jolla, and his boss, actually, like the head of the department, is absolutely hilarious. He's like my kind of silly. I like the guy a lot.
Okay, then. Well,
Yeah,
hopefully it works
was like
out.
I was telling him, yeah, my other neurologist said that after like a year I could be off of the brain meds, but we're coming up on 2 years and it sounds like he wants me to be on them forever. And the guy was like, all right, I'll do a couple of tests and we'll look at what's going on with you right now, and then I'll decide whether or not to take you off the medicine.
Nah, that's what
And I was like, I like you. You're silly.
That's a Looney Tunes line right there. Oh, that was the Gremlin. I like him. Hey, Kelly.
There was also like something like that in Babylon 5 when Ivanova first met Drawl. He's like, I like you, he said, and I think it was because she was funny, but I'm not sure.
Okay, then.
But man, did Drawl have a shit-eating grin on his face.
Okay.
You really need to... Ow. You really need to watch Babylon 5. I think you'd like it.
I want to know... Just
what
like,
I'm thinking? Tell you what's on my mind?
Yeah, just like George Carlin wanted to know. Where did shit-eating grin come from? I mean, really, when you think about it.
Yeah. You didn't get that reference, did you?
Probably went. Shoo.
It's a song. I wanna know what you're thinking. Tell me what's on your mind. I forget who sings that though.
So it's kind
Foreigner.
of.
No, that's I Wanna Know What Love Is.
So it's kind of like I want to moo. What's full of poo? And
Here it is. What's on your mind? Pure Energy by Information Society. That's it. It's the one that starts where you hear Spock going pure energy, right? Like that's the beginning of the song. They sampled it.
already,
You might recognize it if you heard it.
I want to know. There's another one I want to know. How is one to distinguish pure energy from impure energy? Is it like impure thoughts?
Probably not. I think what they mean though is just that there's no matter involved. You know, like a fire would be energy and matter because it's burning the wood, but pure energy would probably be something like, I don't know, lightning maybe.
Electrons have mass.
That doesn't mean they're matter. Does it?
I don't know. Well, he's in Florida anyway, but
What on earth are you talking about?
dark matter.
Oh, whatever. I didn't say dark matter, I said matter. Wow, I love this bit of trivia. The Pentagon demanded script approval to ensure that the Navy was portrayed in a positive light. They
Oh,
demanded the
jeez.
cause of Goose's death be changed from a midair collision to an ejection mishap because the Navy was concerned that it looked like too many pilots were crashing.
Okay.
Yep. Man, it is so funny that like Goose's real name is Nick Bradshaw. That's just such a goofy name. I don't know.
Lieutenant Bradshaw.
Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm just reading these trivia. I swear there was something. Maybe it was on the commentary. I swear there was something about someone being too tall to fit into their fighter jet.
Okay, I believe you.
Yeah, but I'm starting to doubt myself. Am I wrong about this one? Was I just dreaming it? I mean, what the frell? Did someone say it to me and it wasn't in the trivia?
Oh.
Okay.
Boy.
This is weird. Like, you don't have any tattoos, do you?
Nope.
Every now and then, and it's usually just the right forearm, but not exclusively, the lines, the bits that have ink in them get upraised like they're a little inflamed. It's kind of
Oh.
weird.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know what is causing that.
My first guess would be some sort of irritation from the ink particles.
But you'd think after a while, like, either stuff would stop breaking off or my body would get used to it. You know?
I don't know. It's strange.
Is it?
Well, I'm strange, so it might be.
Okay. Here's a question for you. Because I've heard different people say exactly the opposite things on this one. Do crazy people know they're crazy? Or are they crazy because they don't know they're crazy?
Oh, wow. I've seen some interesting cases. Walked into a room once, and there's this guy talking to the air, and he sees me looking at him. He says, "Oh, don't mind me. I just do this, you know." So it's very possible that he knew that he was nutso, just talking to nobody that existed. You know, one of those deals.
Well, one thing I find interesting, though, is that these days, you know, we have hands-free phones and everything, so you can walk past someone who looks like they're just talking to themselves. But
Oh,
really
yeah.
they're on the phone.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like occasionally I'm mildly self-conscious talking to someone in public on my headphones, but I have to remind myself that everyone knows what the fuck's happening because they all do it too.
Mm-hmm.
I feel a little self-conscious, I guess.
Oh, I do notice that from time to time, yeah, where you've got somebody talking to the air, but they're really talking into that little microphone on their phone and shit like that. And
Well, all of my headphones have microphones built in.
oh, okay then, more beef.
In fact, the big honking ones that I have that look like air traffic controller thingies, the right ear has like a touch sensitive thing on it where if you swipe forward or backward, it'll fast forward or rewind. Up and down is volume control. Double tap will turn things on like play and pause, or if a phone call's coming in, it'll answer it, or if you're on a phone call, it'll hang it up. But if you put your entire hand on it, the external mic activates and lets you hear everything around you. So if someone comes up to you and wants to have a conversation, you can just put your hand over it and you can fucking hear them.
Oh, okay then.
Yeah. Because without it, it's really hard to hear them.
Yeah, I could really use something like that because I've got Bluetooth earbud things when I'm in bleeding into a machine. You know, I'm listening to YouTube stuff and everything, but when somebody comes over and wants to talk to me, then it gets interesting. Yeah, where I've got to reach up and take it out of my ear and risk not being able to get it back in again and all this other heavy shit. The earbuds always fall out of my ears for some reason.
Oh, well, I find earbuds kind of disconcerting, especially when you have to stick them right in your ear hole. It's creepy. It feels like I'm constantly Q-tipping.
Ah, okay.
You know, it sucks. I hate it. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's like kind of uncharitable of me or something, but I have often used headphones being in as an excuse to not talk to people on the street, like people panhandling or having surveys or whatever. You know, it's like I just point at the headphones and keep going.
Daju korostu. Yeah.
You know.
Oh my. Okay, there we are.
It's funny. I actually had a conversation with some folks who were panhandling a couple of years ago. I was walking by and they asked me for some change, and I said, "Sorry, I don't carry cash," which I don't.
Right.
And they were like, "Really? How do you pay for anything?" And I'm like, "I've got cards. I mean, you know, people take debit cards." And like these guys were looking at me like I'd just grown two heads and all of them had runny noses.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was like, what? We live in the 21st century, don't we? And they were like, I guess. It just hadn't occurred to them that someone might not carry cash.
Oh my, I think I've got a 20 in my wallet that has been there for at least a year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as little as I use cash, I don't even use debit cards that much. It's all the credit cards. You just pay for everything with that, and then you pay the one bill at the end of the month. Which reminds
I
me,
would not like that actually, because by the end of the month, I may have misjudged how much I've spent, and you know, maybe I won't have enough left to pay off the bill or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, I'd rather just do the debit card and pay as I go, because then I know what my budget is. You know, I can have my budget up to date constantly if I want it.
Yeah, I understand where that's coming from. Now me, I keep my financial books, you know, like a CEO basically. I mean, double entry accounting and everything else. I know where every penny is, and I actually budget out. The only thing that happens is occasionally something occurs, unexpected, and I've got to shell out a couple hundred, you know, and it's like, yeah.
Well, I mean, the thing is that, like, I don't know if every bank does this, but mine, like, if you go into their website, you can see every expenditure and deposit you've made. You know, and it even tells you, like, where and sometimes what you bought, like, not specifically, but the category of item.
Yeah.
You know? And so I don't even have to keep track unless I don't trust my bank. And they really haven't done me wrong except for the debit cards where the chip in them breaks easily.
Okay,
Like, seriously,
then.
after a couple of months or even a couple of weeks, that chip goes bad and I have to use the mag stripe on everything. But they insist you try the chip 3 times first before they'll let you use the fucking mag stripe. What
Yeah.
the hell?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
It should be an option, one way or the other. You don't have to, like, use one instead of the other if you don't want to.
I don't know. Well, when the invoices or statements or whatever that is come up with the category of sex toys, I'm in trouble.
Why? Who's going to check up on you?
I haven't had any in years. That's why. Oh my. Oh, what do you have?
I'll be right back.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to think about a snack myself because that could be where I was getting that headache from, as you say. Because I haven't eaten the damn thing all day. Well, I had a whole bunch of butterscotch candy. I don't know if that counts. Oh my. Oh, to shekara ke patian toyo gorosунta ya neke berodje.
Flubba blah blah bleed.
Yes.
You know, there are certain things where it's like, it's a shame that's so expensive. And also some of them where it's like, it's a shame that's so expensive and also bad for you.
Oh, okay. All the stuff I love. Yes.
More or less. I, like, okay, maybe I'm strange this way, but I actually kind of enjoy beef jerky.
Okay. Okay. It works.
I don't know if there's something weird about that, but it seems like the kind of thing I probably shouldn't like. Although, actually, you know what's even better than beef jerky? Pemmican.
I'm not sure I know what this is.
It's basically beef jerky, but Native American style.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it's pretty good. It's like, the difference is the texture, I guess. Like, I don't know what it is with pemmican versus beef jerky, but it's a little more fibrous. I mean, I don't know if that's the result of the meat they're using or the technique they're using, but it's different. Beef jerky seems to be thicker too.
Okay. Okay, a
Like
mixture.
literally a thicker cut of meat.
Okay then. A mixture of tallow, dried meat, and sometimes dried berries. Okay.
I remember they were doing some sort of like class on Native American folks in elementary school, and they handed around some pemmican. That was the first time I tried it. It was the first time I had anything even remotely like jerky. I really liked it. But of course, my health conscious hippie parents didn't want me having it because meat.
Yeah.
They didn't keep me away from meat, but they didn't let me have as much of it as I wanted when it came to food.
Okay then. You were an obligate carnivore, and they weren't having that.
Well, no, it's not that. They just wanted to limit my intake to make sure I was healthy. Yeah, there were a lot of ways that they tried to regulate my diet so I didn't end up like some of the fatter kids in school. Just saying. I don't know. You know, every school seems to have that one kid who was just monstrous.
Oh, yeah.
Like morbidly obese to the point where you're like, what the hell?
Uh-huh.
It's weird. Like our school, and this is a very unfortunate last name, was Todd Hall. I mean, the thing is, really nice fella, but you could see him from orbit.
Oh, jeez.
Although he has gotten like his stomach stapled or something, and I've seen pictures of him now, and it's weird. Like, something about him doesn't look right anymore now that he's thin.
Yeah, it's interesting how that works.
Yeah. It's kind of like, have you seen Penn Jillette lately?
Oh my word! It looks emaciated.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean it's
hello,
he's
is that
probably
Oh, you smelled
healthier.
the pepperoni, didn't you?
Oh, there
Sorry,
you
say that
go.
again?
He's probably healthier right now, but still, it just
Mm.
doesn't necessarily look it to me.
He looks a little gaunt and well used.
Yes, yes.
Like, I won't say quite to walking corpse level, but he doesn't look well.
I remember a video with Cy, Ten Bruggencate, commenting at how he looked not well, and Penn is doing all he can to not hit him.
Well, I actually saw Penn and Teller once on stage, and during the intermission, I went into the lobby and saw Penn, and I got a chance to ask him if he was the guy who went on television and asked someone to kill him.
Okay.
Because there was a movie called Penn and Teller Get Killed where he did that, and the whole movie is about the guy that kills them.
Okay.
And like the whole time, every character, like when they saw Penn, they'd go, "Aren't you the guy who went on national, asked someone to get," and all that? And so I figured I'd go up to him, and I was really young. I mean, I was like, what, 13, 14 or something? And I asked him that. I was like, "Aren't you the guy who went on national television and asked someone to kill him?" And he's like, "Yes, I was." And I'm like, "I bet everyone asks you that." And he goes, "Yeah, but you asked it the best." And I'm sure he was just being patronizing to a little kid, but still.
Hmm. Oh my. Way back in the deep, dark, distant past.
Yes.
There's a lot more life behind you than ahead of you.
How do you know?
Well, I'm making an assumption here. I am assuming that you're not going to live to 150.
How do you know?
Well, I
I
don't.
might.
I'm making the assumption.
For all we know, there will be some sort of breakthrough in life extension, or maybe those aliens will finally show the hell up and take me to the home world and give me some sort of rejuvenation technique or something. I don't know.
Yeah, Don Amici will show up, right?
I know who that is, but you lost me.
The plot from Cocoon.
Oh, okay. Sorry, if you'd said Wilford Brimley, I might have got it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. And who was that other guy who wasn't either of those two? Hume Cronin, that's the one. Hume Cronin.
Okay, the one I don't remember.
You'd probably recognize him if you saw him.
Get it so. But it is the thing. What is on the thing for to the thing?
Okay, on a tab here, Hume Cronin. That's the way I remember him right there. But I'm sure he was young at some point. You know,
Okay.
like that. I get. Wow, he was not a pretty man, was he?
Not at all.
But yeah, I mean, I remember him best looking sort of like that.
There's
You
so
know?
many. Do you coração?
What kind of name is Hume anyway?
I
Maybe
don't
it
know.
says on Wikipedia. No, it's just his name, Hume. Well, okay, he was married to Jessica Tandy. All right. Well, his father is also Hume. It doesn't say anything here about, like, is that name short for some, or is it like ethnic that I don't know about? What the hell is Hume?
The only
Is it
thing
just short for human?
all I know is as a surname.
I only know that's a surname because of that Monty Python song.
Yep.
David Hume, get out good soon. Good old Friedrich Hegel. Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
And Wittgenstein was a beery swine who was just as sloshed as Schlegel. Yeah.
Na tortilla. It is the
Yeah.
og and it is the foo, and you have no idea how full of poo it is.
You know, it's so weird to me looking at some of these actors and actresses and their marital statuses. It's like, they break up with divorce or end up, a widow or widower of someone, and then they get hitched like a year later. And I'm like, I would grieve a lot longer than a year. I wouldn't even
Okay.
start dating until like at least a year had gone by.
Mm.
I don't know.
I don't
Maybe
know.
it's just me.
Uh,
Didn't know Hume Cronin was Canadian.
okay.
Not that that's significant or nothing. I just didn't know it.
Blame Canada.
Well, it does seem everything has gone wrong since Canada came along.
Yeah, there you are.
Blame Canada. Shame on Canada. They're not even a real country anyway. I don't know. I love that line because we used to say that back in the 80s when we were kids. Is that Canada's not a real country. I mean, it's not true, but it makes me laugh. I don't know why.
Oh man, I've got a copy of that film here. I should pull it out and rewatch it. I haven't watched it in years.
I don't even own a copy. I have the soundtrack, but not the movie. Is that weird?
Yeah,
Okay.
just thought I'd let you know.
Hmm.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. I haven't, even in decades. I haven't seen it in decades.
In Whatids?
Yes.
Uh, well, Kai's mom a bitch. She's a big fat bitch. She's a big. It's weird how much of like South Park I
no.
remember, given that the last time I saw any of it was the movie, and prior to that, the last time I'd seen any of it was like 4 or 5 years at least.
There you are.
It's just like weird that I remember I retained so much.
Oh, my hair is breaking. Damn it.
Yeah, well, mine's dry and crinkly like straw, so I don't want to hear it.
Foo-foo.
Uh,
You know the foo-foo, right?
well, I know the Foo Fighters.
And then maybe.
And I mean the band, but I do know the origin of the term too.
Okay. That's one of us.
What, you don't know what Foo Fighters are?
Not really, no.
I think it was a World War II thing. They're basically like UFOs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's like a form of aerial sighting, but I think it's a little more like lit up than it is an object. Hold on, let's see. Foo Fighters. Let's see what it says. No, not the band, for frickin'. All right, for the aerial phenomenon, here we go. The term Foo Fighter was used by Allied aircraft pilots during World War II to describe various UFOs or mysterious aerial phenomena seen in the skies over both the European and Pacific theaters of operations. Though Foo Fighter initially described a type of UFO reported and named by the U.S. 415th Night Fighter Squadron, that's weird, I thought Night Fighter was a racial slur, the term was also commonly used to mean any UFO sighting from that period. Formally reported from November 1944 onwards, Foo Fighters were presumed by witnesses to be secret weapons employed by the enemy. The Robertson panel explored possible explanations. For instance, they were electrostatic phenomena similar to St. Elmo's fire, electromagnetic phenomena, or simply reflections of light from ice crystals.
All right. Yay.
So, yeah, Foo Fighters are UFOs. I'm surprised you, of all people, don't know that. Like, of anybody I can imagine who might know that, your name would almost be at the top of the list, so I'm very surprised.
That is because I is foo-foo. I is not a Foo Fighter. I is foo-foo.
Yes, well, the nonsense word foo emerged in popular culture during the early 1930s, first being used by cartoonist Bill Holman, who peppered his Smokey Stover fireman cartoon strips with foo signs and puns. The term foo was bar for the blah 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 blah, but that's where Foo Fighter came from foo. And given how often you say foo, I mean,
Foo.
and you use it to mean nonsense, I mean,
Foo-foo. Foo-foo.
just saying, you know.
Oh, my. I see how weird I am. I'm so weird that I don't know how weird I am.
Oh, there you go. It's kind of like Dunning-Kruger, but for weirdness.
Yes.
See, IR smart.
Oh, I love that cartoon. Sorry, I just
What?
do. IR Baboon?
That's not what I'm doing.
No, but you reminded me of it.
Oh, well, you said I like that cartoon, and given that I was referencing The Simpsons,
Yeah, IR Smart comes from The Simpsons.
well, yeah, there was this one, well, sort of. Homer Simpson, like, was burning his high school diploma because he'd gotten some other thing or whatever, and it ends up, like, catching the whole house on fire. Well, he's dancing around going, I am so smart. I am so smart. SMRT. I mean, SMART. So, like, me and a couple of friends started, saying smirt instead of smart because SMRT. You see.
Naya, kare, doshobeka.
So it does come from The Simpsons, but kind of a couple of steps removed.
Oh my, sort of like second cousin twice removed.
Kinda. Took me a while to actually figure out what the hell that meant because nobody ever said it. I had to go and look it up. That's very annoying, You
Yeah,
always hear like second cousin twice removed, and it's like, what the frig does that mean? Removed in what way? Were they murdered? Were they taken out, or was it just a, like generational thing, or what? It's just like
Yeah.
they don't tell you, and so I had to look it up.
Yeah, and it turns out it's a generational thing. Yeah.
Yep. I don't know. It's weird. Like, there are a lot of little things like that where people just sort of make assumptions that you know what an expression means. I mean, to this day, I still have a really difficult time with cut off your nose to spite your face. That does not make any sense to me at all. Maybe if they gave me a reason why I want to spite my face, But,
Mm.
but like, I'm cutting off my nose. What, to piss off my face? Why? Why am I doing it? And I mean, like, even if I recognize that cutting off your nose is a stupid idea, I feel like I don't have enough context to interpret the expression. I'm just saying. And there's a lot of other ones like that. I mean, I understand completely what's meant by missing the forest for the trees, but the for doesn't sound right.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's like you're not seeing the forest, just the trees. But like you're not eating the meal, you're just tasting the ingredients. That kind of thing. Like, I can
Well-
understand that, but missing the forest for the trees just it doesn't sit right. It's like archaic
Yeah.
phrasing or some shit.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's archaic phrasing of because of.
Yeah, I don't like it. I mean, I remember racking my brain for another instance where we use it that way and I understand it. And I remember I came up with one, but now I can't think of what it is. Oh, and I still don't know how the hell to interpret can't win for losing. Because it sounds like all is being, like, I think when it was explained to me, it's basically like can't catch a break. But the way I've heard it used is more like you can't win because you've, I don't know, psyched yourself out, or you can't win because, like you're making yourself lose by being too overly cautious or something. I mean, it seems like there ought to be more to it than just, man, you have the worst luck in the world.
Mm-hmm.
But apparently not. I don't know. I have a hard time with that expression because the words used to construct it make no sense to me.
Oh my. Okay, so I thought it said it originated in the 60s. No, it says it was around in the 60s. That could mean anything. And was in use by 1950.
What are you talking about?
Can't win for losing.
Oh,
Actually, the word for may be taken out of context here. It is not used as in the flower was for her. Right. For also means because of or as a result of. Yeah.
I mean, I guess that's one way I've heard it used that makes sense. Like I don't know. A lot of stories seem to have that, like old stories. For we went over to this, or for this, that is like maybe I've heard the word for as much. Maybe that would be easier.
Yeah. Or there's
I don't
also for the want of a nail.
See, yeah, okay. But that one I understand. Kind of. I guess it's because the for is at the beginning.
Oh, okay,
Like
okay.
missing the forest for the trees doesn't make sense. It sounds like you're missing the forest for the benefit of the trees. But starting with for, I get it. I
Okay
don't know
then.
why. I just do.
Oh my. Okay, we can put this away now. Wait a minute. Oh. I mean, I know what IR is used for. What? Trying to figure out what Colleen is saying here.
Probably miss the forest for the trees, I guess. I'm not
Tapeleki.
sure. We threw around a lot of expressions, so I don't know which. But yeah, missing the forest for the trees is basically you focused way too much on the details and not really looked at what they turn into when you put them all together, I guess.
Dayu Korosto.
It's like
Yes.
it's a way of saying you're not seeing the bigger picture.
Yeah.
But if you encounter that expression cold, without really knowing the different ways that for can be used, it's really confusing.
True. And then if I encounter that phrase cold, that means I usually have to get a jacket or something like that.
Waka.
Yeah. Huh?
I'm serious though. It's not an easy expression to learn or to understand all by itself, just standing alone like that.
This is where I would really like to see more teaching and learning and stuff done in the beauty of language, of how language can be used. And
Well, I mean, if I wasn't an animator, and if I hadn't gone down the rabbit hole of atheism for 13 something years, I wouldn't mind being into like etymology professionally if that's a thing. I mean, my only question is like, what is there to do in etymology that hasn't already been done unless you're keeping track of internet slang?
you can very likely just look at the evolution of language
I mean,
currently.
because I do love to fuck around with words. It is a lot of fun. Sometimes it gets in my way because I know I can turn a phrase like a knife at times, but
Yeah. And there's a phrase for you. Yeah.
Well, it makes sense though. I mean, you hear a lot like, you stab the guy, then twist the knife around so it does even more damage before you pull it out. I can turn a phrase like a knife.
Uh-huh.
It makes sense to me. Even if that's not the origin, it sure sounds enough like it. But yeah, it's something I wouldn't have. I would have liked to have pursued it if I didn't have other stronger interests.
Oh my.
Yeah. Trying to think of other expressions where like either I really don't understand them or I understand what's meant by them, but not why those words in that order mean that. I'm sure there's others.
Yes.
It took me a really long time to understand wag the dog, like the tail wagging the dog.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Because let's face it, if you don't have context, that might as well be Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I'm glad you get that reference, by the way.
I do. Oh.
I mean,
my.
that like I don't see how that society could ever have evolved, could ever have worked, because you'd have to spend all of your time teaching the children what all of your references mean, but you can't speak straightforwardly, so you have to teach them all the references using references.
Yeah.
I mean, unless they have formal and informal speech, it makes no sense. I mean, it's a great idea, don't get me wrong, but still.
And it's amazing how you pack so much meaning into a phrase like that. Yeah, there's an entire story going on.
Mm-hmm. And even then, like, what if people have different interpretations of events? Even going so far as like, yes, that was a good thing. No, that was a bad thing. You know, like I'm sure there's people who have very strong opinions on, ooh, I don't know, the war on terror or something. You know, and I'm sure there's someone who would say like, you know, the army at Baghdad or some shit. I don't know. And there'd be someone who was like, yeah, hell yeah. And there'd be someone else like, oh, that was shameful. You know, that kind of thing. And it's like if the expression doesn't mean the same thing to different people, how do you communicate it all? You know?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a great idea, but when you really examine it, it makes no sense. Kind of like the way Trek handles evolution, come to think of it.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sorry, every time someone says, aha, it's the next stage of human evolution, I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? You know, it's not like you're leveling up on a skill tree. You know, it's not a role-playing. What the hell's wrong with you people? But, I don't know. It always knocks me out when people say I prefer Star Trek because it's more realistic than Star Wars, and I kind of want to snicker. I'm like, dude, you realize that there's like telekinetics and empaths and telepaths and, you know, basically deity god figures like Q. You know, there's a lot of magic in Trek.
Yeah, I mean, even in the original, there was quite a bit.
So, yeah. But you know what? At least you can picture Star Trek characters laughing.
Okay, yeah.
Seriously, that's my measure of whether or not I'm going to like a show, I've realized, is if I can't picture your characters laughing, chances are I'm going to hate your show. Well, because they're not real people.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody fucking laughs. I mean, maybe there's some people out there who are like in a mental institution and that depressed, but seriously, like if your characters are serious and grim all the time, if they never let let their guard down or let their hair down or anything, I can't connect with them. You know, it's why I can't watch TV shows like The Expanse, because all of those people are just so grim all the time.
Okay, then.
So, yeah, that has become my measure for a well-written character. Can I picture them laughing?
I mean, I remember a couple of scenes of laughter in the original series, but yeah, it was not laughter qua laughter. It was...
Okay, but I mean, you know, still Scotty would have a beer. It's okay.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, I can, even if they don't laugh, I can picture Scotty being casual, being, you know, like regular folks. Where a lot of the Next Generation actors, most of their characters, even when they had fun, it felt like there was a stick up their ass. That's why my favorite Trek character is Tom Paris, because he's an everyman. I could picture him getting a beer instead of like whatever highfalutin drink they want. He is clearly the guy who would listen to rock and roll. And if you see his Captain Proton, holodeck simulation, it's clear he's into the more entertainment-based media. You know, like he's not doing Shakespeare and shit. He's actually having fun. You know, that's why he's my favorite character, is because he seems like a guy I could hang with, where most of the characters seem like people I don't know, point and laugh at. You know, it's like, okay, Poindexter, You know, I mean, let's face it, there are a lot of nerds in Starfleet.
Yeah, yeah. Oh. Oh my. It's Scratch.
I mean, that's another reason why, I mean, maybe even the main reason why I prefer Star Wars to Star Trek is just because they have fighter pilots. You know, I find that so much more exciting than shuttlecraft you have to fly around by typing. You know, and I could totally see Tom Paris, you know, as a fighter pilot, a hotshot fighter jock. And Dave Bowman, actually, I don't think Tom Paris would hang out at Nebulate. There's actually a different part of Quinn Redshift he'd hang out in more. There's a bar that's kind of seedy that the characters go to in the animation, and it's much more of a Tom Paris kind of place than Nebulate. I don't want to talk too much about it, you know, spoilers and all that, but it's a lot closer to the cantina scene from Star Wars. Let's just put it that way.
Moo.
Or maybe the Zocalo from Babylon 5, or what did they call it on Deep Space Nine? The Promenade, I guess.
Okay.
I forget. It's been so long since I tried to watch Deep Space Nine again. I don't even remember most of the like, people tell me there was some sort of Dominion War or something that happened. I don't know. I don't really remember it. I've said before I found that show way too annoying because of the Ferengi. It was just so hard to get past how cartoonish they were.
Well, that was intentional, wasn't it?
Whether it was or not, it kept me from enjoying the show. It was kind of like trying to watch nothing but Jar Jar Binks.
Yeah, okay. Oh, Dave Bowman thinks your side ponytail bartender is hot.
Well, she is. So I mean, I'm not even sure if I want to say hot. She looks cute. You know, like I'm not even necessarily attracted to that type. I just sort of want to look. You know, there's something picturesque about that sort of 80s side ponytail with the half shirt over well, it might be a bathing suit, might be a leotard. I'm not really sure which one I decided, but something very form-fitting, you know. It's like I'm not even going, oh, humana. I'm going, yeah. Maybe it's one of those, like, it's a lesbian thing. There's this whole thing on what is it called? Just Gals Being Pals on Facebook, where it's like, okay, do I want to do her or do I want to be her?
Yeah.
And I think I'd rather be the bartendrix than, you know, like, get with her. Honestly. Just saying.
What was the one word she says?
One.
Ah, okay.
Like, she's serving a drink. One? You know, like in a loud bar. I still need someone to say that for me. They still haven't.
That's going to be the death of the show. There you go.
I know, right? Well, actually, okay. I keep trying to get a definitive fucking answer from YouTube on this one about the community guidelines and whether that naked, like, alien chick qualifies as too far. I can't get a definitive answer out of anybody.
And they won't give you a definitive answer because they're just going to do it ad hoc.
Basically. You know, and it's just really frustrating. I keep putting in suggestions. You know, there needs to be some sort of, like, I kept this private, do a guidelines check before I release kind of thing, so you don't get a strike because no one saw it. You know?
Tayo Korostu. Yes.
No one saw it. I used to want to punch people when they'd put that R on the end of saw. No one saw it. I didn't, you know. I saw that movie. I don't know. It's weird how people do that sometimes. It's like, what are you, from Boston over here?
And then, like, the Warsh.
Warsh.
People from York and Lancaster will do that one a whole lot down in southern PA.
Yeah. Oh, I'm trying to remember what the other one is. There's something that's very similar, and it used to drive me right up the wall. But, oh well, maybe it's for the best. I can't remember it.
Tayo Kora.
But it was one of those ones where, like, it's a word that ends in A, but for some reason people turn it into R like they're from Boston. You know? It's just weird. Like Louis C.K. has that routine where he talks about how he grew up in Boston, and when they did sex ed, he thought for sure that the word was vagina and it was a thing that vagined.
Okay.
You know, because they put that A on the end of it and it sounds like a vagina. And honestly, I hear that with the British too a lot, is that any word that ends in A sometimes gets turned into an R.
Received pronunciation.
Well, like, okay, or even if it doesn't end, like, okay, you know how we say asshole? When they say arsehole, I mean, they actually drop the R, so it sounds like asshole.
Yeah.
You know, that R gets really lost in there, and that's probably why we say asshole, because we know what an ass is. We know where the hole is. You know, granted, an ass is usually a donkey, so maybe we do mean donkey hole, but still, I mean, that's just as gross. So, I mean, you know, if that R got more pronounced, if we heard arsehole instead of asshole from British people, maybe we would have, I don't know. Oh, do not get me started on data. Oh, I want to punch people when they say data. The word's data, people.
That's a data.
Yeah, but that's an art style,
Boo-foo.
isn't it?
Yeah, I forget what it is, but it's an art
Dadaism.
style.
It's like chaos and meaninglessness, basically. It's like, yeah, Dadaist art is just it's meant to be weird. It's meant to be incomprehensible. It's Dadaism. Hold on, let me look it up on Wikipedia. Maybe they have a better okay. Yeah, so art movement of the European avant-garde in the early 20th century, blah, 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 origins, yeah. Developed in reaction to World War I, the Dada movement consisted of artists who rejected the logic, reason, and aestheticism of modern capitalist society, instead expressing nonsense, irrationality, and anti-bourgeois protests in their works. The art of the movement spanned visual, literary, and sound media, including collage, sound poetry, cut-up writing, and sculpture. Dadaist artists expressed their discontent toward violence, war, and nationalism, and maintained political affinities with the radical left-wing and far-left politics. So, yeah.
Look, honey, there's a kitty. She feels all left out.
Okay. The origin of the name is odd.
Well.
Apparently, it's actually the French word for hobby horse. And it was arrived at, well, okay, there are a bunch of different, like, hypotheses about where it came from. One of them is that the name Dada came during a meeting of the group when a paper knife stuck into a French-German dictionary happened to point to Dada, a French word for hobby horse. But another one, some people believe that it originates from Romanian artists Tristan Zaras and Marcel Jankos, I'm assuming, frequent use of the words da, meaning yes, yes, in the Romanian language. That doesn't make sense. Yes, yes. I mean, given that the whole thing is pretty counterculture, I like the idea of the French hobby horse better. It just makes sense, you know? It makes sense that it doesn't make sense.
Yes. Which makes sense in its own senseless way.
I don't know. I'm sensing a theme.
I'm sensing a cat. Yes.
Yeah. So.
Climbing Mount Human. What, honey? Oh my. That's amazing. I'm looking at this.
Wasn't there a song? I forget who sang it. Dee doo 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 dee da da da.
Did it have something to do with a baby shark?
I don't think so. It's by the Police.
Oh, okay.
like it's in Sting. Yeah, here it is. Dee doo 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 dee da da da. Let's see, 1980 by the Police. Supposedly it was made up by Sting's son. Sting said of this, in fact, my son came up with it. I've never paid him, so that's another possible lawsuit. He writes songs himself these days. He's got a lot of self-confidence. I don't know where it came from.
Alrighty then.
But yeah, no, I knew dee-doo-doo-doo-dee-da-da-da was a thing. I knew it. Aye, well, anyway.
That's it. There it is, the thing and the thing. Put the thing on
Apparently
the
it was
thing.
released as a follow-up to the single Don't Stand So Close to Me. Alright.
Okay.
You probably don't know that song either, do you?
Of course not.
Well, I mean, apparently it's not even in the 80s, that song, but whatever.
And then there's you over here. Yes, you.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
It's funny because, like, it reminds me of this weird little chanty thing we learned in summer camp. Also, it was like, I said a boom chicka boom, and everyone repeats that, and then you go, said a boom chicka boom, everyone repeats that. I said a boom chicka chicka boom. Uh-huh. Oh yeah. This time, and someone says a way to do it that's funny, you know, like quiet, or like you're underwater, or I don't know, with a British accent or something, you know, and everyone does that. And then, you know, the next time you come up with something else sillier. Usually you do it in a circle where every kid gets to suggest a weird way to say it.
Okay, then.
You know?
Okay.
It was just one of those things that we learned. I don't know.
Wait a minute now. Dave Bowman is marveling at 41 years. What's 41 years?
Since that song was released.
Okay, then. Yeah, well, time flies when you're ogging foo or something like that. It's totally amazing where so many things seem like yesterday and they were 50 years ago. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of memes going around now where it's like, yeah, in my head, 50 years ago was like 1940. Yeah.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
I mean, in 2 years, I will be missing my 50th high school reunion. You know, when you think graduated high school 48 years ago, but yeah.
Well, it's hard to believe that in 2 years I'll be almost 48 years old.
There you go.
That just doesn't seem right. I don't feel that old. I don't look that old. I mean, maybe I'm just not that old.
Yeah,
I mean, like, literally I am, but I don't know. I'm probably a Highlander.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep.
And
You
there
know,
is
like
only,
Betty White's a Highlander.
There is only one of you.
That's true. Unless I start cloning myself.
Yeah,
I
Mage.
think I'm a clone now. There's always two of me just a hanging around. I think I'm a clone now. Anyway.
Yeah, when you stop and think about it, that 50 years ago, the first manned lunar landing was already history. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm thinking about the fact that I haven't really had dinner yet.
Neither have I, to tell you the truth. Oh,
Did I
my.
mention the sandwiches I've been making or not?
I don't know, did you?
Well, I guess I must have because I brought up the pepperoni a while ago.
Oh,
but I've been
yeah.
making pizza paninis. I did mention that, yeah?
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
Hi.
Oh, my word. Colleen is 36. Oh, my. Make me feel old, why don't you? I remember 36.
Yeah?
A long, long time ago.
In a galaxy far away, Naboo was under an attack. And I thought me and Qui-Gon Jinn could talk the Federation into maybe cutting them a little slack. Anyway, I'll stop.
Well, Dave, you take care, okay, honey? Thanks for coming by.
Have fun.
Yeah, we're
Catch
down.
you like the plague.
Then there were 2. Oh, now we're back up to 3. These people who stick it out, I don't know. Must have a
Hello.
masochistic streak or something. I don't know.
Did you hear that going by?
No, I missed it.
Oh, yeah, a helicopter just, like, seriously buffeted the top of my place here. I mean, it is a Navy town, so it's not so unusual.
So it identified as an attack helicopter, basically.
Sure, except it probably wasn't an attack helicopter. It was probably a transport.
Okay.
But there was actually something that I'd never seen before or heard before that happened recently, and it was mostly because I usually walk around with headphones on, and so I'm not really listening to the world much. But it turns out that there are police helicopters that will fly overhead with a loudspeaker going, telling you about, like, things to look out for. Like, you know, there's a suspect who is involved in a shooting who looks like this. Please be advised, etc., or missing child, etc. I didn't know that helicopters did that they flew around just telling you, oh, alert, alert. How odd.
Yeah. Reminds me of the old cars with the loudspeakers on them.
I don't think I've ever seen those. The only one I can think of was in the Blues Brothers.
Uh-huh, yeah. And I guess that was a more common thing back in the day. I mean,
Well,
I
even
haven't
then
seen
they had
any.
to rip the speaker off of like a tall pole or something. It wasn't even made for the car.
Right.
There's a chance I've seen those way too many times.
Oh my. We have Kitty performing tail maintenance. What?
I'm pretty sure that package from Amazon that arrived today is that t-shirt. I've been thinking about, like, holding off on opening anything or, you know, until, like, my birthday or Giftmas or something, just to have, like, you know, that morning of opening presents. But I already know what it is. I might as well just open the fucker.
Well, you could always get something and wrap it up and then open it up, you know, for Giftmas, you know. Like,
Yeah, but it won't be a surprise. And that's really the only reason to wait is to surprise myself. And if I'm not going to be surprised, mind you, I'm not sure this is from Amazon.
oh my.
Oh, well, let's see. It's the Nobody Knows I'm a Lesbian shirt.
Dayo Korosto.
Yep.
I
I'm
used
gonna have to wear
to
that.
I used to wrap gifts for myself and put them under the Christmas tree when I could have a Christmas tree. I was stubborn that way.
I have like a fake tree that I haven't set up. It's like big enough for a desk. You know, it's like a desk tree.
Yeah.
But I haven't set it up or put any ornaments on it because I just know Xander's going to have his way with it. And I really have nowhere to put it that he can't climb to.
Yeah.
So,
Oh God, I know that feeling. This one over here will not let me have a tree because she
Yeah?
immediately starts taking it apart.
you know, thinking back now about it, I'm a little surprised that the cats we had in Vermont weren't tree destructors, but they weren't. Also, one thing I saw today when I fed the cats is they were eating out of the same bowl, like nose to nose. I think they're starting to get friendlier.
Uh-oh.
What? No, that's a good thing. because when I first introduced Xander into the home, Columbia wanted his head on a platter. Now they're willing to eat out of the same bowl at the same time.
What, are we going to have a Harold and Maude going on here, or what?
Well, they're both clipped, so no. I just hope they have more of a, like a grandma grandson relationship or something, or maiden auntie nephew kind of thing.
Dayo
You know?
Corosto.
It's funny, like I watched Harold and Maude a few years ago, because I didn't really remember much about it except what my parents had shown me and made me watch. The only part I remembered was the end with the car.
Oh, okay.
Well, that and the part where what's her face announced that she was going to die.
Ah.
You know. So that's all I remembered of the movie, and then I rewatched it, and I was a little surprised, like, that I was even able to sit through any of it.
Hmm.
Oh wait, no, there's one other part I did remember was when, like you know how Bud Cort's character, he kept like faking suicide all the time.
Uh-huh.
And there was one part where it looked like he had lit himself on fire, and like the girl he was dating was flipping out because she thought he was like had set himself on fire. Then he walks into the room and looks at his mom and sort of gives her like this "what's up with her" look, you know. So I don't know. I vaguely remember that, but it's not my kind of movie. You know, it's not.
Hmm.
No, not Game of Thrones style mage. Gosh, I hope not. I mean, didn't Cersei like sleep with her son?
Oh, jeez. I'm trying to remember now.
You gotta wonder about George R.R. Martin's home life sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean, hopefully he's the sort where he's doing this to get it out of his system rather than these are his fantasies on page or something. I don't know.
Okay, what do we have?
I mean, don't get me wrong, I have a dark side, but maybe not that dark.
Yeah, we are talking about the daughter of Helios here, right?
No.
No.
No, we're talking about Cersei Lannister from Game of Thrones.
Ah, Tobolakise. I would not know anything about that one.
Yeah, let's see. Yes, son Joffrey. Okay, well, she had 3 bastard children, but I could have sworn she slept with her son at one point. Okay. Season 1. Her 3 children, officially Roberts, products of incest. Oh, maybe that's it. Is that she had him with her brother? Maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
Oh, okay then.
But I could have sworn she slept with him at one point. Oh well.
A little Stephen King-ish there.
Oh, this series gets sick.
I mean, that's why I really couldn't stand Stephen King. He would go into these weird sexual fantasies right at the outset that had absolutely nothing to do with the plot of the book.
I still don't understand the gangbang at the end of it.
Okay, that one I don't know about.
Yeah, there's this like, I mean the book plays around in time a lot, So, like, the culmination of the childhood timeline comes at the same time as the culmination of the adult timeline. And it turns out that at the end of the child timeline, the one girl in the group of kids that sort of wish they were the Goonies ends up, like, sleeping with, well, not sleeping with, but having sex with all of the other boys. And mind you, they're like 10 or some crap, or 11 or some 12. I don't know. They're really young. And somehow that was necessary to like seal off the interdimensional portal until they were adults or something. That she had to have sex with all of them. And like, I've reread the book trying to figure out why that was necessary, and I really can't put my finger on it.
I have a feeling it was necessary because King is weird.
He is. Have you ever read Eyes of the Dragon?
No.
That's an interesting one. Like, basically, it came about because one of his daughters asked him to write, like, a, you know, sort of like a fairy tale-ish sword and sorcery book or something. And so he took the character of Flag, who he also had in the Stand, and I guess in the Dark Tower books. He was like this evil magician that was sort of like the power behind the throne in this whole thing. But it's basically about how, like, you know, Flag wanted to be like more powerful, and so he ends up framing the kids or the king's older son so that he can get the weaker son on the throne. And the older son spends like a bunch of years in this tower, and like it's all a list of his books to read.
Okay. I mean,
Yeah.
I actually did like what I read of the Dark Tower series. I read the first 3, I think.
I've read none of it, but
Okay.
I know that Flag is a character that crosses through all of his books.
Alrighty then.
Like, I mean, he's a major character in The Stand. He's a character in Eyes of the Dragon. I'm not sure what else, but I'm sure there's other things.
Eye of the Tiger. Something
It's
else.
the Rye or the Kaiser. It's the wheat or the white. I don't know. Please let me be your catering advisor. You can make substitutions. I won't put up a fight. Anyway, I'll just stop it with the Weird Al.
Moo.
It's funny how many times he's done like a parody of a song that turned out to be a one-hit wonder, and nothing else that artist did ever really got any airplay.
So
Like
what?
he did a song called Taco Grande, which was like by this, I think the dude was named Rico Suave. I forget what the song was called, but it like that guy had one song that got airplay, and then he was quickly forgotten. And Weird Al's done that to a lot of artists, actually.
So okay, that's why some of the people would not allow their songs to be parodied. Huh? They thought it would kill their careers.
Well, no, because there's a lot of other artists who didn't realize they had made it until Weird Al said, "Hey, can I do a parody of your song?" You know, it's just, yeah, it's a thing. And there's a meme going around, like sort of nowish actually, that says, you know, we hope it doesn't happen, but when Weird Al dies, all of the artists that are still around where they did parodies or he did parodies of their songs, they got to do a tribute concert where they play the song but sing Weird Al's lyrics.
Oh, okay, okay,
Yeah.
I like it. I don't know. Colleen's redacting her messages a whole lot here.
Yeah, I do wonder what went away. I wasn't paying attention.
Dato Palekine.
Although actually I think you can find out because the chat repeats in the like there's a feed of it in the video, and even though it's live now, you can rewind.
Ah, yeah,
So
yeah,
probably go find it if I wanted to, but it sounds like a lot of work.
yeah.
Yeah.
Or as they say Tayo Korostu. That's what they say.
Do they? Who's they?
They, the ominous they.
Oh, yeah, Colleen, I get you. I hate how Twitter doesn't have a post edit button, so you can't, like, the number of times I've just wholesale deleted a tweet so I could fix, like, bad punctuation or something. It's just really frustrating. And, like, you know how YouTube and Facebook, if you edit a post, they will put the little edited thing there? I wish they gave you, like, a minute or so grace period to go in and edit and make changes like to typos and shit, just so like the edited thing doesn't appear, because after a minute you probably edited the content, but within a minute you probably said, ah, shit, typo.
Jaha,
You know?
täytyy korostua. Yep.
Yeah. So
Tässä on eri.
Okay, I might have to go soon. I am very hungry.
Same
and
here.
It's not just munchies from the weed. And also, I don't know if you can hear it, I'm a little bit losing my voice.
Oh no. That would not be a good thing because now you got to look all over the house to find it.
Yeah, and it's always in the last place
Yeah,
I look.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a turkey calling to me as far as that goes, and a little bit of turkey breast and some potato wedges, and I think there's some crappy gravy left over.
I really should eat more vegetables, but there is another one of those pizza paninis calling my name.
Oh my. Well, there's what I'm going to end up doing is not tonight because there's not enough time, but I will end up making a turkey pot pie.
Mm.
I love turkey pot pie.
I could do without the turkey and the pie, but go on.
Okay, there you go. No, it's just I like the fowl better than the terrestrial beasts. You can have a beef pot pie, but it's just not the same.
I guess. I don't know. I mean, well, what are your feelings on chicken pot pie?
Oh, I love this stuff. Absolutely.
Mm. I mean, I kind of like the idea of beef stew in a pie crust. That sounds good to me.
Mm-hmm. And I suppose it can work, definitely.
I mean, every now and then I go and I buy those like Campbell's chunky soups, in the can, and that's
yeah.
like gigantic, bigger than my fist. That can,
Yeah.
And I mean, I've gotten the beef stew or the beef and potatoes or whatever. I forget one of them. Like it has mushrooms in it, and I avoid it, but the other ones I like. And the I mean, the beef stew tastes like something you could put that in a pie crust. It'd be great.
Most of the ways I would have my beef stew would be over noodles, stroganoff, basically.
Mm. Well, how do you feel about Swedish meatballs?
Oh, gods, I can't get enough of them.
Okay, we agree on some food for once.
As a matter of fact, I keep thinking that I'd like to go to IKEA and get their meatballs. Because the ex and I used to go there from time to time, and I don't know if they're serving food yet. I know they had stopped because of the COVID thing. But
Sorry, I had to look something up because I actually didn't know what beef Wellington is, and ew.
that's in a pastry crust, right?
It is, but it's also got organs all over it.
Oh,
like,
yeah,
pate, and what the hell is duxelles? Duxelles? The frill is that?
No idea.
A preparation of mushrooms. Okay, I'm done. All of the onions, and I mean shallots are the little baby onions with the big long stalk. Yes.
Well,
Doesn't matter. Garlic and parsley used to make a stuffing or sauce. So if we leave off the mushrooms, it sounds like it could be good.
But
Let's see, shallots.
Yeah, those are not the long.
Oh no, that's not the one I'm thinking of. But okay.
Yeah, you're thinking of scallions.
Well, it says green onions here, but
Yeah.
maybe. Scallions. Yes, you're right. I'm thinking of scallions. And maybe it's just because it sounds so close to scallops, but I always thought that was seafood for a good long time.
Okay then. Oh, geez, I haven't had scallops in ages. Now I want
Mm.
some. I still
It's
have.
funny. I remember my parents getting me to try them, and I remember kind of liking them. But I mean, isn't it shellfish, like clam shellfish?
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yep.
Which is weird because it's the only one I've encountered that doesn't look like a booger. If anything, it looks kind of like that imitation crab leg meat,
Yes, it does. Yeah.
which, as I understand it, is made of whitefish, which I'm really not familiar with.
Oh, yeah. It's very common, easily
Let's see.
raised.
Imitation crab meat. What? Ah, then that's even the stuff that I buy. What's it's made of? Oh, and pollock apparently.
Oh, yeah. Which I have in the freezer. Been sitting up there for ages.
No, not Jackson Pollock.
Ah! Diogorostu.
There it is. It's not a very pretty fish, is it?
No, not at all. Tasty.
Yeah. You know, I wonder. I mean, if I do like that imitation crab meat, and I do, I wonder if I should see if I can buy some pollock and see if I'd like it. Because you know me, I don't really like seafood that much, but if pollock tastes remarkably similar to crab legs, I'm in.
Yeah, and it really does. It's good stuff. I like it. Well, of course, stuff I eat, and then you wouldn't come anywhere near.
How would you prep it, do you think? Because, I mean, like, when it comes to the imitation crab meat, generally speaking, I make, like, California rolls out of it, you know?
Okay, then.
Although I don't think I still have a sushi mat anymore. I might have to get one of those. But like, I also do like, you know, boiled crab legs. I mean, would I boil pollock? That doesn't sound right. But grilling it sounds like it would come up with a different taste than the crab legs I like.
Oh, B is here. Hi, B. How you doing?
Oh, B, hey. How you doing
Chalaki.
there, fella?
Oh, Malodonte ay kere. Oh my, but yeah, it's as far as the pollock goes, the stuff I've got here, I will probably bread and deep fry.
Now, you know, I've never actually breaded anything myself. Either I've bought something frozen that was pre-breaded or I went to a restaurant or something. I've never breaded meat. Ever.
Oh, that's interesting.
I'm not even really sure how to do it. Like, let's put it this way. I could probably make the breading, but I'm not sure
Mhm.
how you make it stick to the dish.
Egg wash.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
crack an egg and go mix, 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 mix,
Separate
and
the
then
whites.
no,
Oh.
I just mix it all together and then dip the meat in that, and then that sticks the breadcrumbs to the
I
meat.
thought an egg wash was separating the whites out, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well, maybe I'm using the wrong term, but
Okay.
yeah,
Well, maybe
um,
I am. I don't know. I mean, it's been years.
it has been years and years and years and years.
I'm doing all right, B.
Oh, and flour. Yeah, don't forget the flour.
Right. I like you can hear it a little bit. I guess I'm losing my voice a smidge, but other than that, I guess I'm okay. There's some shit going on with my parents that I don't want to burden anyone with, but yeah. No, it does look like an egg wash uses the yolk. Maybe I'm thinking of something else.
Okay then. Tayo korostu.
Or either that, or I'm thinking of a variant.
Yeah, and I did have it right because from the Wikipedia, egg washes are also used as a step in the process of breading foods.
Now, what does a person use for breading? Because is it just literal bread? I thought
Yeah.
it was like bread crumbs that have been dried or something. I mean, what exactly do you use?
Well, you can use the breadcrumbs. You can.
No, but I mean dried or not?
Oh, dried. Yeah,
Okay.
and then you
Like, I
can
mean, I don't. If you just stick literal bread on there, wouldn't it just get soggy?
pretty much. Yeah,
Yeah.
would not work well. And I'm trying to think here. Where was I headed? I forget.
Something
I don't
about
know.
breading, I think.
Okay. Oh, yeah, when your loaf of bread goes stale, because the FSB used to take the stale bread, dried out and everything, and then pound it with a rolling pin between sheets of wax paper.
Hmm.
You make your own breadcrumbs that way.
But is that the only kind of breading?
Well, people use cornflakes, believe it or not.
Oh,
Um,
hmm. Actually, I
and
guess I can see that.
yeah, and I think there are other types of things you can do.
All kinds of not what I pictured, but sure,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, maybe this is strange of me, or maybe it's a super taster thing or what, I don't know. But at some point, I got myself to buy the bran flakes, the Kroger generic store brand bran flakes. And they're not just like eating cardboard, they're actually kind of tasty, and I bet they would make a decent breading.
Probably would, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
see, Colleen, Cheerios to me are so bland, especially by comparison to the bran flakes I was just talking about. I mean, and you're not going to use Honey Nut Cheerios or Apple Cinnamon Cheerios for breading.
Right. Well, the Cheerios, those taste like the 3/4 cup of sugar you pour on them before you eat them.
Let's see. Okay, I know the name Panko Bee, but I don't know. Oh, it's just breadcrumbs. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, and you put it on like shrimp and stuff, which I don't eat, but still, okay, okay. I mean, I do have a casserole dish now. I could probably make something that's breaded.
There you go.
I mean, I do have this small one, this like cornflower blue Corningware one that you can make like single serving thingies in,
Oh,
but
yay.
I really should get another one that I trust to be oven safe. This one is like more my cereal bowl. I only have it because I love those little handle thingies.
Yes.
You know? Like I don't even need it for cooking. I just like to be able to carry a bowl of cereal to, the table, well, the desk. I eat at my desk so I can watch YouTube. Just with these hands, it feels so much more secure to me. Like I'm not going to drop it.
Mm-hmm.
You know. Wow, Cheetos for breading. Huh.
Okay, I'd never heard of that one
I
before.
guess it depends on the dish, but I could see it.
Huh. I
Well,
might
okay,
have
well,
to
one thing
try
I've been
something.
doing is like throwing chicken into dishes where it just doesn't make sense. Like, I love to make vermicelli, just Italian vermicelli, and use that as the base for a stir fry with things like chicken, maybe some vegetables and stuff. Now, when you eat it, it tends to like unlike say yakisoba or chow mein or something. The vegetables don't really stick to the noodles when it's vermicelli. Not really. I mean, I suppose
Right.
if you use tomato sauce, sure, but I tend to put like, soy sauce, tamari, or teriyaki on it. And so you usually end up with like a bunch of noodles you've eaten and then a bunch of like meat and vegetables on the bottom. But you can like twirl around some of the pasta and then stab a lump of chicken and eat that. And it really does work fairly well.
Oh my! I'm looking at chicken breaded with Cheetos.
Yeah,
Huh.
the broccoli and cheese casserole, maybe with Cheetos breading, does sound kind of good. It sounds a little trailer park, but that's okay. Uh, or maybe college dorm.
Yeah, now you're talking.
Yeah, and I mean, goodness knows I've made more than a few like ramen stir fries.
Yeah, Daikorostu. Yes.
And I mean, I have some shredded mozzarella in the fridge. I could do that. Okay, this fish stuff here, is it tilapia or tilapia?
I believe it's tilapia.
Okay. There are so many foreign words out there where I could go so many different ways with the pronunciation that you just have to ask.
Mm-hmm.
Pork chops. I assume you mean Cheetos on pork chop. Wow. That sounds like a heart attack on a plate.
Yeah, the kind of stuff I would eat. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, maybe I should make some mac and cheese. It's been a long time since I've gotten out the elbow macaroni. Although, before I figured out that my friend's wife was a total cunt, she did make some, like, ziti casseroles for us at one point, and I could do that too.
Oh man, if there's anything I dearly love, it is penne and meatballs.
Hmm.
You know, when you said ziti, it got me thinking about penne. Um, Penne, meatballs, sauce Alfredo. Just cook it up in a very very large skillet or a pot. Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh my. What is this?
Okay.
People also ask, is tilapia a man-made fish?
What you mean, like bread specifically, like eugenics kind of fish?
I guess that's what they are after.
But like, yeah, it was this sort of thing, or maybe a little closer.
Ooh, look at that, will
Or maybe a little
you?
closer to this, or that, or that.
Oh,
No, not so
wow.
much that. But yeah, it was that kind of thing that we had.
Yeah, boy, I could eat a bowl of that.
But you know, ew, lasagna.
My doctor would be all over me for it, but
Like,
yeah, I could
I
eat that.
here, baked ziti, that kind of thing. I do wonder, like, if there's a lasagna recipe where you just leave off the cheeses that taste like vomit, would it still be good? I wonder. Well, no, don't laugh. I'm serious. I'm a
I
super
know,
taster who's never
I
really had
know.
lasagna, and I wonder, like, I do wonder if I can make lasagna that's Kate friendly.
God, you'd have your work cut out for you.
Well, I don't know. I mean, like, okay, hold on. A lasagna recipe. Alright, what have we got here? Well, world's best lasagna. Okay, let's see. So, yes. I don't know. I'm not really sure I'm into basil, but I'll give it a try. It sounds too much like cilantro to me. Am I wrong?
It doesn't taste like it to me,
Well,
but
never
then
mind then. I
again,
could definitely do without the fennel seeds. Let's see. Parsley, lasagna. Okay, see, here's the ricotta cheese. I could probably do without that. Let's see, an egg, and I can definitely do without the Parmesan. Now, I'm starting to wonder though, does ricotta, I mean, ricotta comes in like unflavored versions and dessert versions, right?
right.
Is ricotta what they use in, oh, why am I blanking? With the shell, the
Oh,
dessert.
I think it is. I think so.
What the
Yeah.
fuck am I thinking of though? What
I
are those
can't think of the
called?
name. I can't think of it.
I love those so much too. They're really good.
Okay, I gotta do
Oh, I
some-
should know this. My Italian side of the family would be like, okay, hold on. Italian shell dessert. Cannoli. Oh man, I can't believe that popped into my head before the page came up. And in fact, the page I'm looking at doesn't say cannoli on it anywhere. But yeah, I'm thinking of cannolis.
Okay, then.
All right, so let's see. Cannoli filling recipe is, let's see, well, whipping cream, sure. Ricotta cheese, there it is. Okay, so it's not the ricotta I object to then. It's the Parmesan. It seems to me that lasagna without the Parmesan cheese might be completely Kate friendly. Because all of these other ingredients, except maybe the fennel, sounds really good. I mean, Italian sweet sausage. lean ground beef, minced onion, garlic, crushed tomatoes, tomato paste, canned tomato paste, whatever the fuck the difference is. Well, water is fine, white sugar is fine, basil leaves, fennel seeds, Italian seasoning, salt, divided or to taste, whatever. Black pepper, fresh parsley, lasagna noodles, ricotta cheese, an egg, mozzarella cheese. All of that sounds great. It's not until we get to the Parmesan that it sounds vomity. Maybe that's been the problem that I've had with lasagna since forever.
Das deve trinde.
Huh.
Now
I
you
have got to try this now. Like next time. I don't know. I mean, like when a restaurant makes lasagna, do you think they make that lasagna just for you, or do they like pull out a slice of pre-made stuff that they made that day and then reheat it?
Very likely the latter. Yeah, because it's
So I mean, if I asked for lasagna without the Parmesan, I probably couldn't get it.
probably not. No.
Mm.
Yeah, because it's. I mean, it's so much a. What's the word I'm looking for? So much work.
Staple?
A process to make the lasagna and to make it and bake it and everything else. Yeah, that they really couldn't do it individually. Lasagna Oreos, yay!
It's not real, folks. That's me and Photoshop. But I mean, still, I wouldn't put it past them, given all the different Oreo flavors they've been making.
Okay,
You know?
then, yeah.
I mean, let's face it, pumpkin spice is the least of it.
Merotoye. And then Mage said, I don't know if you saw that, you can ask for the recipe.
Well, I mean, I have recipes. I'm just going to try them without the Parmesan.
Well, that's the recipe he was talking about, the lasagna without the Parmesan.
Well, no, but what I mean is that I have access to recipes, tons of recipes. I don't need the one from Mage's mom, or friend. I thought it was mom. I don't know. I mean, don't get me wrong. I wouldn't turn it down, but at the same time, it's just redundant. You don't have to take the effort because I got ways. Let's see here. But I mean, I'm looking at these cannoli. I'm sure you can just buy a cannoli shell somewhere. Yes.
Probably, yeah.
And then you fill it, because I'm not sure I know how to make cannoli shells myself, and I'm sure it's way more labor intensive and more expensive than I want to go through.
Oh, surely.
But and it's probably even easier and cheaper to go find an Italian restaurant nearby that just sells cannolis to go.
Yeah.
But yeah, folks, if you haven't had a cannoli, it is so good. It really is.
Oh man, yeah, you got these recipes over here that with the cooking times and everything, they're talking about an hour and 45, hour and 55. Gotta see what's going on here. Okay, flour, sugar, and salt. Work the butter pieces into the flour. Yeah, you're cutting it in until it becomes coarse and sandy. Add the egg yolk and the white wine and mix it until it becomes a smooth dough. Spread a piece of plastic wrap on a flat surface and place the dough in the center. Wrap the plastic loosely around it and press the dough to fill the gap. Flattening the dough will mean less rolling later. Let it rest in the fridge for a few minutes while you make the filling. Oh, Lord. And then to roll and fry the shells in a medium pot with a heavy bottom, heat the canola oil, that's interesting, canola for cannolis, to 360 degrees, and then roll the dough in the flour and then drop it in there.
Oh my gosh, this is so disgusting. The show How I Met Your Mother, right? Now I love it, but there was this one episode where Lily and Marshall go to Minnesota to Marshall's family, and they make the traditional Erickson 7-layer secret recipe salad. And let's put it this way: it starts with 16 cups of mayonnaise.
Oh.
Now, the bottom layer, they're not really sure what it is. It might be lettuce, it might be guacamole, we're not sure. Then a layer of mayonnaise, then the bacon bits, then a layer of mayonnaise, then shredded cheese, then a layer of mayonnaise, then cabbage, a layer of mayonnaise, Funyuns, a layer of mayonnaise, gummy bears, a layer of mayonnaise, and then potato chips.
God.
Yeah, it looks positively foul.
But what is it with Minnesota and mayonnaise anyway?
I don't know, but I would not be happy there.
Ay, que se te verroda. Don't te palaquinta you gotta say. And then what you got on the egg thing over here? 7-layer salad recipe. Oh God.
Yo.
No,
Yo.
no.
Terrifying, isn't it?
Not even if I make the mayonnaise myself will I do that.
I mean, don't get me wrong. A dessert casserole sounds like fun. You know, putting in like what gummy bears and chips and stuff with layers of frosting. That sounds good. You know, something to serve at a party when you're a college student. But still, I mean, it sounds good. I'd love to try it someday.
But if I must say it myself, and I probably must say it myself, my homemade mayonnaise has it all over Hellman's, okay?
I'll just have to take your word for that.
It's nothing like that spackle you get in a jar from the supermarket.
Well, you know me, I actually prefer the store-bought stuff usually. I mean, let's face it, on those rare occasions when I'm willing to stand mustard, I'd rather have the what is it, Hunt's or the yellow stuff, whatever, you know, the stuff that you wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole. What is it Hunt's? I forget. Actually, you know what? I think I still have the bottle in the fridge. I'll be right back.
It is the egg thing on the og thing,
There it is.
and the boot thing on the goot thing.
Frenches! That's what I'm trying to think of. Fucking Frenches.
Oh, shedakataye. Blah.
Yeah. Man, I don't know if that stuff's still good. It's been like a year since I even used it.
Mustard keeps forever.
Does it?
Pretty much.
I mean, that's another thing. Is like there's a bunch of stuff that I don't really know how long it like how long can I keep teriyaki in the fridge and have it be okay?
That I don't know. I don't
And
know.
that's another thing I really think they should put on like food, not just an expiration date, not a use by date, but a once you've opened it, it has this long before it goes bad date. Because I'm pretty sure that the use by date is really open by.
Yeah, huh? Yeah.
So, anyway.
Raised bread, a layer of mayonnaise, mushrooms, a layer of mayonnaise, clams, a layer of mayonnaise, licorice, a layer of mayonnaise, topped with Parmesan cheese. And get someone else to eat it.
You know, it is kind of ironic that the lesbian doesn't like to eat clams.
There you go. Oh, I dearly love clams. I really do.
Well, do you know my favorite kind of pie?
Besides hair pie?
Well, no. Not besides air pie.
Yay!
You know what they're selling apparently at Walmart?
Oh no. Oh no. What do we got? Oh wow. Oh my. $29. It's not that expensive.
Well, I'm a little surprised it's legal, but sure.
Oh yeah.
I mean, let's face it, you know, that's the kind of thing that might get you shot by a cop if you're the wrong skin color.
Yeah, huh?
And even then, maybe.
Yeah, I can still get air rifles at my local Squall Mart. I don't think I could find the ammo, but I think I can find the rifles. I haven't shot in a long time. Last time I did any shooting, I was in Cleveland. So that was, over 30 years ago.
Well, last time I did some shooting was right here in my apartment, but of course by that I mean video.
Te queresta na me croye. Yes. Oh, wow. Oh, wow, 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 wow. Lone Wanderer says we had pierogi for dinner. Now you got
By
me.
the way, Lone Wanderer, thanks again for the gift you sent me. By the way,
Oh, yay.
yes, Lone Wanderer sent me the Blu-ray of Sky Captain and the World of Tomorrow. I only had it on DVD until now.
Foo-foo. Yay.
Yeah. Mind you, of course, now I discover it's streaming on like Nerdflix or something. Isn't that always the way? It's like you get a disc and then all of a sudden the streaming service has it where they didn't 2 weeks ago.
Uh-huh. No, but Lone Wanderer has me wanting to make pierogi now. I make it with the sour cream in the dough, and they're really fluffy and everything. I mean, they're like 2.5 inches tall when you put them on the plate. Definitely not Mrs. T's.
You know what I haven't had in a really long time is a gyro.
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. It's been ages for me.
For a while, I didn't want to until someone told me that stuff in there was yogurt.
Okay.
I'm pretty okay with yogurt. Despite the kind of disgusting sounding name.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry, Gert sounds like someone vomiting a little bit. Gert, right? And the part that drove me just I had to wonder. They made like these sort of portable like a yogurt juice box kind of thing for kids, like a one single serving. They called it Go-Gurt.
Yeah,
and I'm
yeah.
Wouldn't Yogo have made more sense? Because Go-Gurt just sounds like go over there and Gurt and then come back and have some mouthwash.
Yes.
It doesn't sound or even worse, go over there and Gurt and then wipe.
No. Te pronto pal che stai adesso? Oh, yeah, Mage has a point. Mage says it's still good to have a physical copy, especially now that they are playing around with editing the shows with modern advertising or to remove stuff to suit modern sensibilities.
I forget which one it is recently put out, like a Harley Quinn, maybe it was Suicide Squad, I'm not sure. One of those like supervillain as the protagonist things out there. And apparently they've taken out a bunch of like middle fingers and replaced them actually with possibly the more offensive British double finger thing. But there's like a bunch of stuff like that they just sort of sanitized for people.
And there's one of the reasons I'm just not so much for seeing stuff out there anymore. It's all that sanitizing that they do. The older stuff, if I can get in the original formats, before they took everything out and everything else like that. And what's the one now that they've got going on? I saw somebody put up on the Twitter. There's a song that contains a homophobic slur. Should it be canceled, or what should happen to it? I guess there's one word in one line. I think the song is called Fairy Tale of New York or Fairy Tale in New York or something.
Isn't that Dropkick Murphys?
I'm not sure.
Fairy Tale of New York. Oh, the Pogues. Okay, not the Dropkick Murphys. And close, though. Let's see. Oh, yes, I remember that one. I remember the line. The lady sings it, "You scumbag, you maggot, you cheap, lousy."
Yeah. Yep.
Yes, I remember that. Okay, yeah. Man, I could have sworn this was okay, but it is the Pogues. Now that I think about it, that is his voice. Yes, it's actually a pretty good song, actually. But yeah. I mean, you know, speaking as someone who's queer, I don't mind.
I mean, you know, if it's in context,
Yeah.
if you're singing about how, you know, queers are all a bunch of disgusting maggots, if you will, then okay, that's one thing. But like what is that song? Money for Nothing.
Hmm.
There's that word in there, and it's in context because, from what I understand of the song, um, it was written around a conversation in a department store with one of the people who delivered this stuff, and say, you know, I should have learned to play the guitar instead of carrying televisions around. You know,
Which song was that?
Money for Nothing.
Oh, right, right, okay. I lost track because I was actually looking at the lyrics to Fairy Tale of New York after you said it was like a conversation, which is a lot like what happens in Fairy Tale of New York. Because at like it's sort of one of those call and response kind of songs where he says something, she says something, kind of thing. Like she goes, "You're a," or he says, well, one of them said, I forget who says it, "You're a bum, you're a punk." And then he says, "You're an old slut on junk, lying there almost dead on a drip in that bed." And then she replies, "You scumbag, you maggot, you cheap, lousy," fuck it,
Yeah,
I'll say it, maggot. "Happy Christmas, you're ours. I'll pray God it's our last." You know, there's another one where she goes, "You were handsome." He says, "You were pretty, queen of New York City." When the band finished playing, they howled out for more, right? And then I think he says Sinatra was swinging, and she goes, "All the drunks they were singing. And this is together. We kissed on a corner, then danced through the night." You know, so I mean, it's very much those two rehashing their relationship.
uh,
I mean, I don't know. I like the song. It kind of a little bit reminds me, though, this whole conversation of respectful language. I was in that Facebook group for lesbians, and like someone posted a meme about like girls or chicks or something, and someone replied saying like, "Oh, we should always say women." And I'm like, you know what? That really should be up to the individual. I actually prefer being called a girl or a chick or a babe or whatever. Somehow woman just doesn't sit right. It's too adult,
I was going to say I
you
could
know?
see you thinking it sounded too old.
Yeah, it doesn't suit me. It's like being called ma'am.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think that is not necessarily inherently the insult some people want to make it into.
Moo.
Yeah. I mean, like, okay, what Mage said that the live action Aladdin got warnings and all this stuff. Like, you can't win with some people. You know, like I remember quite recently there was that whole thing about like Native American characters on you know, logos, corporate logos for food. Same with Black people like Aunt Jemima and Uncle Ben and all that stuff. And so Land O'Lakes removed the Native American woman
Yep.
off the
Yeah.
logo, and so the meme goes around, "Oh, how like white people to keep the land and remove the Indian." And I'm like, dude, they're trying. You know, I mean, what were they supposed to do? Change the name completely and put in a bunch of skyscrapers? You'd still bitch at them. "Oh, look, they mowed down the forest and put up a city." You know, how like them to get rid of nature? I mean, there's no winning with some people.
Right. Right.
You know, and there was actually a meme a friend of mine posted. I wonder if I can find it. I know who it was, and well, anyway, but it was basically like, don't give someone shit for doing what you wanted them to do. You know,
Yeah.
you know, if someone's been hiding in their room all day and they finally find the courage to come out, you know, don't say to them, "Oh, look who finally decided to join us." It's like, wow, you're going to drive them right the fuck back, you know, into their room.
Mm.
you know, and I'm like, yeah, that's pretty shitty to do to someone. God, this guy posts a lot of memes. Come on, Victor, a little moderation so I can find the shit you posted. And you know, the worst part is that it might not even appear in his photos because sometimes, you know, if you posted a link to it or shared it, it doesn't get into your photos. Oh, well. Pretty nice fella, though, this guy. I've known him for quite some time. Okay, new rule. If you regularly consume the blood and flesh of a demigod in a room full of chanting elders, you're not allowed to call other religions primitive and evil. The next reply is, this is oddly specific and leaves some very interesting questions unanswered. And the next reply is, Catholicism sure does sound weird when you put it that way.
Yeah, huh?
It's kind of like there was a Patton Oswalt routine where he talks about, like, what if you tried to pitch the circus now? You know, and I'm like, like his description does sound pretty out there if you don't know what it is.
Yeah, huh? You know what I'm going to do, though? I am going to have a piece of bread to hold myself over.
And
Oh, come here, you. Oh, with Land O'Lakes butter on it.
let's see here. Still looking, still looking. He does post a lot.
It is on, it is full, and it is cool, and I is really full of the poo.
Yeah. Whoa. Huh. Okay. Didn't know we had posted that. Oh, wow. I'm probably nowhere near it because there's that one about the artificial vanilla flavoring, and that was quite some time ago.
Oh, that's something yeah. I got that head of cauliflower that I was going to have on Thursday, and I never ate it on Thursday, so it's still in there.
But that's not what they use to make artificial vanilla flavoring.
A head of cauliflower? Why not?
It doesn't taste like vanilla.
Vanilla flavored cauliflower.
Yeah, but it doesn't come from the cauliflower, does it?
No, it comes from Boston. Or what is it? I'm from Iowa. I only work in outer space.
Okay. Let me guess, one of your astronaut heroes said that one.
No. James T. Kirk.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I think it was in Star Trek 4.
Oh, well, that explains it. Don't get me wrong, I really like Chris Pine's Kirk. Although, what's his face is Spock, Zachary Quinto. Well, let's put it this way. He wasn't bad, but that second remake movie or the reboot movie was so terrible. I mean, like, seriously terrible.
I don't know. I have a bit of a hard time with the reboots because, well, the way we were talking about characters, you know, in another show, it just don't change what really worked. You know, I mean, I know only one James T. Kirk, and replacing him with somebody else just doesn't do it. Just write up a new character.
And the only reason I enjoyed the movie was because I'm really not a fan of the original. You know, I'm sure if I liked the original series, I'd probably be just as offended.
Oh my, oh my. Okay, there's a.
But even then, that second movie was so bad.
There is no need for the army song. Okay. Yes, there is. There always is.
Maybe it was actually posted by a different friend, but if it wasn't this one, I have no idea where to find that photo. It's so weird. Like, you know how Facebook makes people use their real names?
Yeah.
Well, it's so weird when you've known a friend by a nickname since forever, and then you see their real name because Facebook made them use it. You know?
That's. I'm still not good for that.
What do you mean?
That Facebook makes you use the real name.
You're not good for that, though? I don't understand you.
I don't like it.
Okay.
I don't like that they do that. So many folks can't use the real name for, you know, security reasons.
And I know a few people where they're pretty far through their transition, but they haven't legally done anything yet, so they can't.
Yeah.
They're forced by Facebook to use their dead name.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So with that, it's just like, okay, bye-bye Facebook.
There's this one friend I've known since forever who is, you know, like only just now after you.
Okay. Yeah, Lone Wanderer wants to know how they know if I'm using a different name, and I think they go for some sort of documents, don't they? Yeah, huh? Yeah. So if you don't have a driver's license or one of those ID cards, you're fucked also. But mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, something's up because the Wanderer says that you're muted. I can hear you. Okay, Mage can't hear you either, so it's not. Can you guys hear me? This is not my idea of a good time. There's the audio output capture. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't see the VU meter working on the other one. The ring is going, but no sound. The audio output capture is. Okay, what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to turn this off and turn it back on and see what we can do. Here goes.
Like meat is reacting to me, so it might be another OBS problem.
It was, I think. I turned it off and I turned it back on, and it seems to be working better.
All right. Well, it I should probably go anyway. It's after 8 and I need dinner.
Oh my, yeah. If it's after 8 with you, it's after 11 with me.
Yeah.
Um,
All right. Well, I'll talk to you, I guess, Sunday, unless you want to do movie night again for once.
I could always come back to movie night. Yeah, I
All
could
right.
work
Well,
on that.
I'll catch you later. Have fun.
Okay, honey, you be good, okay?
Eh, No, I won't. I just won't get caught. Bye.
We have the kitten over here. Oh, yeah, I had to turn OBS off and then turn it back on. Oh my, let me go to camera 2. Yay. Stuff and things. And here I am eating my piece of bread. And then after I get through with this, I'll go into the frigginator, see what I can take out of there. Like I say, I found that head of cauliflower, and there's turkey, and there's cat fur. Cat fur makes a great dinner. Mm. You can't be good guns that don't get caught. Yeah, yeah. Catches up with you eventually. God, I gotta clean that aquarium. I know. I'll get around to it. But I got my cables delivered, and that's good. And tomorrow, I should be receiving something. I'm trying to remember what it is that's getting delivered tomorrow. I'm not sure. I can't remember. And I'm not on the right machine to look for it. Oh well, what are you gonna do? But I ordered a Cossack hat, so I have some nice winter hat there, and look like a White Russian or something. I don't know. Anyway, it's been what now? There you go. Yeah. I've been at this. Yeah, I think that's what they're. I think that's it. Let me look that up. Yep, that's what I mean. Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to get that little guy and just have my own little look going on there. Couldn't remember what they called them. Oh well. Okay, okay. Oh well. I think what we're gonna do is start to wind down here. We've been at this for 4 hours, and we're down to 3. So I want to say to everybody, I want to thank everybody who's here. I want to thank everybody who's not here. I keep saying it and I keep meaning it. You guys are amazing. You keep me going. You really do. And I don't understand why you guys keep coming back, but you do, and I'm grateful for it. I am. And as long as you keep liking it, and as long as I'm alive to do it, I'll keep doing it. How's that sound? Okay. So, what can I tell you? But thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.